ready to take that
Oh,
leap
yeah.
of faith now, you know, and start that whole new life. And it's the right time, Marissa. It's good. It feels great.
Yeah. I'm really happy that you said that. Yeah, it's been in the works for it's been around 8 months to around a year and a half, where it's really just been like I can't take it no more, where I was and
No, and it's
how
been
I was
slowly
being
building,
stifled. And
you know.
yes,
Yeah, and that's
it
good
really
because you
has.
didn't just sort of react. You allowed it to build at its own momentum, and now it's got to the point where I've got to make a choice, and that's good.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So I appreciate you a lot. You absolutely hit it right on the head.
Wonderful. Okay, Marissa, that's where we're going to leave it. I wish you well with your changes, sweetie. They're going to be good. We're going to talk with Kelly now in Dayton in Manitoba in Canada. Are you there, Kelly? And I'm sure I've now pronounced your location wrong, Kelly. How can I help you, sweetie?
It's okay. It's okay, thank you. I'm just
Can you
worried
speak up a little bit,
and
sweetie? I
concerned
can't
about.
hear you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm just worried and concerned about my father. Recently, he's been diagnosed with cancer, and I just want to know if what we're doing is going to help him, or if he's going to need something a little bit more aggressive.
Okay. Health issues are one of those very tricky areas, Kelly, that we can't really discuss by laws of different states and countries and things like that. But what I can do is look at your dad's health on an energetic sort of level. And energetically, I feel he's tired. Now, look, I know that, you know, having a debilitating disease like that can sort of make you feel tired, but this seems to I feel more tired than what I think I should. It's like I feel soul tired. I'm not sure that he's actually, how can I put this? He's aware of what he's got, and he's aware he's got to fight, but it's almost like it's too hard to fight. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it actually does.
And I'm not saying that that's the wrong attitude for him to have, and I'm not saying that's going to spell, you know, that he's not going to beat this. But what I'm saying is you need to be aware of that. It's like he feels so very overwhelmed. It's like, I haven't got the energy, you know, like it's like, oh, just all go away and leave me alone. I just want to sit down. I'm tired. I want to sleep. I want to do whatever. It's sort of like he feels that everything that he's got to do is taking more energy than what he's got. Now, I'm not saying that he's wrong in the way that he's looking at things, and I'm not saying that what medical, you know, suggestions have been made and treatments that have been offered are wrong. I'm just saying, please be aware of that he needs to feel that this is right for him. It's not just about what you might want. He's the one that's going through this illness, and he's got to feel comfortable and on board with it. Do you know what I mean? If he sort of says, look, I can't do this today, I just want to sleep, then maybe we've just got to reschedule a doctor's appointment or a treatment if that's what he needs. You know, sometimes I think we forget to honour how we feel. And I think you need to do that with Dad. He's just, look, he's not a weak man. I'm not saying that in any form, shape or size. He's a very strong man, and usually a very strong-willed man, but he's feeling very tired. You know, if you can imagine, he's like a car. There's no petrol in the car and there's nothing left in the reserve tank. He needs to try and build that up a little bit. And that may just be, he might just need, you know, a couple of days to sleep, or, you know, to do something that makes his heart sing, and then he's right to go again. But I do feel that there's going to be other suggestions that are going to be put forward in the ways that they can manage this condition for him. And I'm not saying one's right or wrong. I think you just got to take on board what's offered at the time and sort of sit down and work out whether this is right for him and is he happy with it, because at the end of the day, it's his body. He's the one that's going through it. You know, I appreciate that you love him and he's your dad and you don't want to lose him. And, you know, we want to do everything we can to make him, to be able to beat this illness. But you've also got to consider he's the one that's got to face it. He's the one that's got to go through things, and he's got to be comfortable with it. You know, he's a strong man, but he's feeling very tired at the moment. That's what I picked up around him. And, you know, you just got to support him the best way you can, Kelly.
Yeah. And that's what I keep asking myself too. Like, I just ask for clarity to try and realize, I guess, that
I mean, look, cancer's not always
it's
a
hard
death.
to admit it, but yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I understand totally. I'm just trying to. I'm just really concerned about my dad. That's all. I thought hopefully somebody
Yeah,
would
and I know
turn the
you're a
other one
loving
of our
daughter,
family
sweetie, and
members.
you're trying to do everything. You're trying to do everything you can for him, but you've got to remember at the end of the day, these have got to be his decisions and his choices, and you need to support that, sweetie. I get a good feeling. I mean, I just think you just got to let him rest at the moment and regather his strength, and then he'll be ready to sort of fight it head on again. Anyway, sweetie, that's where we've got to leave it. I wish you and your dad well with, his progress with him trying to regain his really good health again, and I'm sure things are going to improve. It's really interesting when we're facing things like Kelly is with a family, and you're trying to do everything that's right, but we sometimes forget the patient themselves is the one that needs to make the decisions. We're there to be a support. It's not always about us. It's about the other person and what they're going through and what choices that they want to make. So this week I want to leave you with a song that I thought was pretty appropriate for the way there's such chaos in the world, and here in Australia we're having more flooding events, and there seems to be weather events wherever you look around the world, whether it's terrible storms and snowstorms, and nothing seems to be what we used to say, quote, normal. And I think what the world needs now, and Dionne Warwick says it very, very well, what the world needs now is more love. And I think that we could all do with a little bit more love and a little bit more positivity in the world to be able to sort of fight our way through with what's coming up in the next week, and sort of put some positivity into our lives. And it's a beautiful song with beautiful words. So I'll leave you with Dionne Warwick and What the World Needs Now. Bye for now.
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
Everyone, and welcome to another week of Insights with Solaris, where I'm your host Jennifer, and I have been a tarot reader for well over 10 years now, and I also am certified in a whole multitude of things, from astrology, numerology, and over a half dozen or more different healing methods as well. But regardless of that and all of my scattered hobbies and interests, I always come back to say I am simply a channel of spirit, and I bring messages and healing for those who find me. And as we are talking about messages, I always come out with a message for the collective before we get into our caller. And it seems like this is a very good week for teamwork for the collective. So you and your group, particularly around your career and your workplace, there seems to be more harmony coming in. And so for other people, I do see you connecting with particularly two other people and kind of a fun, happy way. You may be brainstorming together, or you may be doing some type of planning or wanting to launch something, whatever that may be. There's a lot of harmony and some really good opportunities available. Whether that's going to bring you joy or financial opportunities is going to be different for each person because it is collective. But it's such a wonderful feeling to see these cards, especially since the last couple of weeks has been kind of heavy as far as the energy goes. So it seems like over the next week, you're going to be nurturing yourself and your loved ones around you. But particularly also if you have a fur baby or a pet that you really enjoy, they just want a little extra attention. I am seeing like this black and white cat if there's somebody who's listening and they're like kind of pawing at their food bowl saying, hey, come fill this food bowl, even though there's food in it. I can see a little bit of the bottom. So there's a couple of you that have pets who are really wanting attention. That's just a little note. And so enjoy the rest of your week. It looks like it's really going to be fun. And so we're going to jump into the caller tonight. And we have Tiffany from Canada. Hello, Tiffany.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm wonderful. I'm excited to have you tonight. So what type of questions do you have?
Sorry, is this for the pet readings?
Oh, any type of reading that you want. It was just pets coming in for the collective.
Okay. Yeah, anything, I guess in the,
Okay,
I don't know.
absolutely.
We
We can start
yeah,
out
I
with-
really have nothing in particular.
Oh, that's completely fine. We can just go ahead and jump in. And if anything is capturing your attention where you say, I want to know more about that, then we can step forward. So I immediately am getting the number 5, such as it seems like a completion of some type, where it's some type of 5th anniversary, whether that is with your marriage or someone going to school or something along that line. Is there any type of 5th anniversary coming up for you?
No, not
Not that you're aware of? Okay.
no.
Well,
Not that I can think of.
okay, that's fine. We'll put that to the side and see if that comes out any other way. But it does seem like you may be coming up in a way of where you have been waiting for financial news or wanting to move forward in like new study. Because I see like this beginning stages of a new opportunity trying to unfold for you, but it's also not fully apparent because there is some like negative thoughts, fear-based thoughts, which tend to come out when we're in a transition period. Are you waiting on any type of news, Tiffany?
Well, actually, yeah, I did join a company, and yeah, but I'm still transitioning, so not really sure
Okay.
if it was the best or not sure, but I'm liking everything. So
Okay. Yeah. So it seems like as this is unfolding, all right, whenever you transition, there is that learning curve period, and there's also a period where you have to be patient with yourself and with everyone around you because you're learning. Remember that this is fear-based, and you have done this before, even if it is particularly new, you are a strong, capable individual. And while you may be overwhelmed with all these different options, not quite sure how to make some decisions, don't procrastinate. You have the tools to dig into that inner strength, to release harsh judgments on what's going on, and to move forward with clarity. Okay. So you have a lot of leadership energy, and it doesn't feel like you're fully embracing that yet. And this is giving you permission. Yeah, go and ask those questions, be direct and be bold, because you have that natural leadership tendency.
okay. So my choice of going there was a good choice, or
Yes, but it's still unfolding. And when I'm saying
Okay.
it's unfolding, it's also going to change a lot in your personal life as well. Do you have any children, particularly a young girl?
Yes, I have actually 3.
Okay. So I am
It's my daughter,
seeing,
yeah, and 2 6s.
okay, fantastic. So I am particularly seeing one girl, which you're connecting with on a deeper level, and it does have some influence with your job. But with this, the way it's unfolding is going to be renewal not only for yourself but for your family, and it is going to create more harmony, but it's in the beginning stages. It still has to unfold, because I'm looking at this card here. We have this beautiful woman, and she has conquered this lion, and she's riding the lion with a shield and a sword. It's a beautiful tarot deck, and there's a rainbow in the back. So what that is telling me is that you are still in this jungle, you are still shifting and trying to find that path. But the clarity is waiting for you and you're going straight to that clarity. It's just you have to release a couple of things and allow this transition to take place in order for you to it seems like almost like you need to connect emotionally with a new position, this new role, in order to unlock your inner strength again and to help release those fears. Have you had any emotional ties yet? Have you talked to any of your coworkers or started building those colleague relationships, or even be like, yeah, I'm proud to work here?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I kind of have been a stay-at-home mom for a long time, so it's just hard to reconnect with people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's also completely understandable. And
Mhm.
also, it's also a reminder, okay, there's going to be some fears that come up, particularly around the role changes. So, of course, like being a stay-at-home mom and then going back into the workforce, there's going to be mixed emotions. And so, like, on one side, like you are reevaluating all the things, and there is going to be a lot of inner shifts for you. So what I'm seeing is that you may feel at times you start neglecting some of what you've been doing in the family. And that could be like, oh, I wasn't able to help my daughter and my other children with their homework this day, or like, oh no, I forgot that this important detail, and I was too tired to hear this story about what happened in gym class today. There's a couple of shifts that will be happening. But what is important to know is that you are actually strengthening independence for yourself and your children. So you're still going to be absolutely connected, but it is going to shift and change into a new way. And by doing this, you are creating more of an emotional capacity for yourself. And I know that may seem a little counterintuitive, like, oh, I'm not giving the same effort how I used to, but the way that you will be shifting and changing, while you may not have as much time to fully focus on the household or the children, the time you do spend is going to be, in a way, more meaningful. And I know that may not make full sense, but when it comes to it, you are going to be dealing with a lot of competing goals and conflicts. Of course, that's also going to be siblings may start fighting a little bit more over the past couple of weeks, or in the next couple of months. You may see a little bit more arguments within the family. But if you continue on and you work with building your connections, reestablishing yourself, you are going to do wonderful at both still having that harmonious home life with a fulfilling career life. It is going to take a little time to find that balance, so.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes. Yeah, I'm not a super confident person, so I'm working on it.
Yeah, and continue to work on that, because you have natural leadership abilities. Like when you know what to do, people listen to you, because
physically ill. You know, the theme of these shows is why thinking is killing you. What I'm trying to do is to put across that the thinking that we do is our responsibility. If there are issues or thoughts or problems within our mental state, that's not you. It's the ego. It's the egoic part of yourself. It really isn't you. So take responsibility and look to calm yourself. Be present. Just take a step back and be on that. We wish we were somewhere else, but we should really be here. We're stuck here wishing we were somewhere else. And it's that problem that we've got that creates the stress, the lack of harmony in a relationship. It affects all elements within our life. Ultimately, what that does it causes the body to vibrate at the incorrect level, at a level for destruction, where we are creative beings, but we create destruction. In a book, I think it was, I can't remember. I really can't remember. But it was about manifesting and the brain and looking into making health the priority within our mind. And it was, I mentioned it before, it's not what you're eating that will kill you, it's what's eating you. And so if we throw these things away, let them go, acknowledge them, but then just away, let it go. It has no right or no part in the vibrations of the universe. We're trying to raise consciousness through harmony, through love, through gratitude. So try those exercises, whatever you do, wherever you are, get in the car, hold the steering wheel, feel what it feels like, feel the actual leather of the steering wheel or the Bakelite, whatever it might be made of, and just think what it feels like against your palm. And even for those 30 seconds you're doing that, you're not thinking about the shit that's just happened in the grocery store, or you're not thinking about the fact that your credit card's just been declined. All these kind of things are sent to try us, but they will then ultimately kill us. So thank you for joining me tonight. Thank you for logging in. Hope you watch on catch up. If not, I'll see you next week. But before I go, hit me up on Urban Monk UK on Facebook, urbanmonkuk@gmail.com by email, and on Amazon. Oh, it's disappearing. It's selling that fast, it's disappearing. This is the book. Link onto Amazon, get yourself a copy. Let's find out how we're going to live in the moment by being present. Great to see you all again. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you all next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone is enjoying the day so far. I can't believe it's going to be April 1st tomorrow. No, I won't do any April Fool's jokes, but it is April 1st tomorrow. So we made it to April. Again, I'm your evidential medium, your psychic, your animal communicator, and I'm here to guide you today if you desire. And while I'm waiting to do a reading for someone, I guess I wanted to talk a little bit about our loved ones who've passed. It's come up a few times this week. Yesterday, a student and friend of mine celebrated, I guess, not really celebrated and mourned her brother-in-law's birthday. He passed a few months ago. And I just kept hearing, he wants you all to celebrate by dancing to Van Halen's Jump and to shout. And they did. And they felt so much better, and they felt his presence, and it was awesome. So make sure you celebrate. I'm going to take a call from Kathy in Wyoming. Hi, Kathy.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm still above ground. That's really good.
Yeah, that is true. How's Wyoming today? Is it cold?
A little chilly. It's a little chilly, yeah.
So what can I do for you today? How can I help?
I called in to get a reading to see how my direction is going.
Okay, awesome. Do you have any specific questions as I'm shuffling the tarot cards?
I'm going into a job right now, and I'm changing into that job, and I'm just kind of worried about that. And
okay, is it at a different place, or is it a totally new job?
It is a totally different type of job.
Okay.
From what I was. Yeah.
Okay, let me see what I pick up on and see if I can help.
Okay.
Just feeling your energy and shuffling the tarot cards at the same time. Okay.
Okay.
So, I do feel like you're moving in the right direction. I am getting clarity on that this is the right direction for you. I'm also getting that you have all of the tools you need to make this job work for you. So you have everything you need. I mean, you may take a class, or you may, learn while you're on the job, but I am getting that you have all the tools, all the skills you need to make this work. I am getting that you are a little worried because you kind of feel blind walking into this. But I am really getting that you don't have to. I don't feel like these people, well, I don't want to say these people. I'm not sure who hired you, but if it's a person or people, but I don't know why I am getting these people. I'm getting nobody would have hired you for this job if you weren't perfect for it. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Okay. I just feel like either somebody, I don't know why, I'm not getting somebody, I'm getting a group of people. So I don't know if that makes any sense to you. But I am getting a
Yeah.
group of people, at least two, but I'm getting more than two. I feel like they've been trying to get you to move into this position for a while now, and they respect you. You have a lot of people who respect you. So, and they're really looking for you to solve problems, solve issues, and help the department move forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this is a new journey for you, but you're perfect for it. So I'm getting, don't worry, just use your knowledge. If you have questions, you will know where to get the answers. I'm really getting that you have nothing at all to worry about.
Oh, good.
Yeah, this is a good journey for you. It's almost like you're on the path you're supposed to be on right now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I keep seeing it's like you got to the top of the mountain and you can jump up and down and wave your arms and say, I'm here finally. I also feel like you're going to be building up the department. Does that make sense? Or are you going to be hiring people, a team?
Not that I'm aware of right now. I'm going into a team
Okay.
type of work.
Okay.
It's remote. It's at home.
Okay. That's the best kind, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know why am I picking up on a lot of healing? Um, I don't feel like you're helping people to heal in this job, correct?
No.
Okay. I keep getting that. Well, first I'm getting you're the bright star, but secondly, I'm also getting that you're going to help the department. Maybe it's not maybe it's you're not helping people heal. Maybe you're helping the department to heal, to build.
Uh-huh.
Does that make more sense? That you're going to be
Oh.
helping the department to grow, and I don't know why. I just keep getting the word heal, but I'm also getting that you're going to help them move forward. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say on this subject, but I'm just getting you're going to help people move the department forward where it needs to go. So it's possible you're going to get a promotion faster than you think, or you're going to take, I don't know. I just keep getting that you're moving forward and you're going to help the department to grow. So maybe you're going to be in charge of the team. Maybe they're preparing you to take over. But I am getting this is going to be good. We still have a lot of time left. Do you have any other questions? Any specifics?
What? So, am I supposed to do anything with my gifts? Am I supposed to work on them or anything like that?
Your gifts, did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, your gifts in the job or your spiritual gifts?
My spiritual gifts.
Okay, so maybe that's why the healing is coming up, that you're supposed to be healing people, because I really was picking up on you being a healer. So this job has nothing to do with healing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the healing is different. That's just outside, right? Sort of like you have your full-time job, but okay. Sort of like what I do. So I'm definitely getting, yes, you need to take some classes. You need to broaden your horizons with your spiritual gifts they're at the point now where I do feel like you're getting symbolism. I feel like you're getting different symbols, different messages that you need to start doing this work. So yes, I definitely feel like you either, I don't want to say you necessarily need to find your correct mentor, But I do feel like you already have someone who's telling you you need to move forward. So I don't know if that person could be your mentor, or if you're mentoring yourself, which is a possibility. But yes, I definitely feel like people need you.
Yeah,
People need you right
there was
now.
an incident that came up here recently where 2 courses were given to me online that were like $399 and $499, and on the app it was on sale for $8. I went back and it's full
Yeah.
price again after I'd purchased it, and I was like, okay, that was a sign.
Okay, that's definitely a sign. Yes, and I hope that you're taking the classes. That's definitely a
Yeah.
sign, because I also keep feeling you build in your own business, and I feel like by the end of the summer, you're going to be in pretty good shape to maybe even do that full time or half full time. Whatever you desire. But don't sit on your hands right now. Like, you need to jump, because I feel like it's time, and you're being told, and you just need to trust yourself and trust all the messages that you're getting. I'm not sure who the teachers are teaching, but I do feel like one of them is going to become your mentor. I feel like I don't know if they're both the same teacher, but I feel like there are 2 teachers, but I could be wrong. But I feel like one of them is going to become your mentor. One, you're not, I don't know. I just feel like there's something, you're going to feel trust, you're going to feel friendship, and I don't know, there's just something. And if it's not the teacher, it's somebody in the class, because I really do feel like this is your time to shine, and the world needs you right now. So, I mean, I just kept getting healer during the whole reading. That's why I asked if the full-time job. So I really feel like this is you. You're supposed to be. I even feel like you're connected with spirit. So I do feel like, I don't know if you're taking a mediumship class, but I feel like you have a very strong partnership with spirit right now. And I feel like there's someone in your family. I don't know. I feel like it might be a grandmother who passed, but I do feel like that person is guiding you right now. And you really need to trust yourself. I'm getting very strong clairvoyance.
Thank you.
So don't turn your back
me,
on it. Excuse me?
There's like that strong tingle you get all over your body. Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Good. Right now, or what you've been getting?
Yeah. That's what I've been, since I've been talking to you about this, yes.
Okay, good. Because I'm also getting that in the back of my neck, a tingling. So, which usually tells me we're right. So I feel like, I really feel like, I don't know if your grandmother did this work, but I feel like she was meant to. Maybe she didn't do it, but I do think she was meant to. And I do feel like you are, I don't know, you have gifts that she has. So, or had when she was on the earth plane. And she maybe never did anything with those gifts, but you have to. And she'll guide you. She'll guide you. Have a cup of tea with her. She'll tell you. Trust yourself. And I know we're out of time. That went really fast. I hope I helped. And I wish you the best. Sorry?
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Take care and have a good rest of your day.
You too, guys.
Bye. And I hope everyone has a really good, blessed day. And don't forget the full moon's tomorrow night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School with Kim Dunn. Search Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School on Facebook. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a great day and welcome to Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School episode 4. Thanks for joining me. I'm your host today, Kim Dunk, and today I want to talk to you about something that quietly shapes every part of your life, whether you realize it or not, and that would be mindset. Just not your thoughts, but the way you see yourself, the way you interpret your experiences, the way you speak to yourself every single day. Because here's what I've come to understand. Mindset is not just in your mind, it lives in your body. If you're going through a spiritual awakening, your mindset becomes one of the most important things to understand. You see, mindset is often taught as, just think positively, but it's much deeper than that. Mindset is made up of your beliefs, your past experiences, your conditioning, and your nervous system. It's just not what you say, you believe, it's what your body has learnt to expect. You see, many people try and change their mindset on the surface, but there's always those deep patterns that are still running underneath. From my personal experience for a long time was that I didn't feel worthy, I didn't feel confident, and I didn't trust myself. And it was not because of something was wrong with me, but because I wanted to live through and had gone through with my complex PTSD. My mindset had been shaped from my experiences. And for years, I tried to push past that, to try and think positively, just to be stronger and just getting over it, basically. But nothing really changed that until I really understood that mindset was something that wasn't something that I had to fight. It was something that I had to gently rewire. You see, why does mindset really matter in awakening? When you are going through an awakening, your awareness expands, you start to feel more, see more, and understand more. But if your mindset is still rooted in that self-doubt, fear, or unworthiness, then an awakening can feel overwhelming instead of empowering. It's because your thoughts shape how you interpret everything. Like when two people can have the same experience, but one sees growth and the other sees fear. That is mindset. Our inner voice is one of those most powerful parts of mindset, the way you actually speak to yourself. And many people don't realize how harsh that voice can actually be, often saying things like, I'm not good enough, I always get this wrong, or I can't do this. And when that voice constantly runs through your nervous system, it really does hear it as truth. So the first step isn't to really fix it, it's to start to notice it. And then we start to soften it. And it's sometimes why affirmations sometimes don't work. You've probably heard of affirmations like, I am confident, I love myself, or I am worthy, which are all great affirmations. But if your internal belief is the opposite, your body actually starts rejecting it. And that recreates resistance and sometimes even anxiety. You see, because your system is saying, well, that's not true. I don't feel safe believing that. So it's not actually that the affirmations don't work. It's just that they need to be used in a way that your nervous system can actually accept them. Fake affirmations, often what we call bridging statements, are much better to use. So instead of jumping from where you are, where you think you should be, we use these bridging affirmations. And these affirmations feel more safe, supported, and believable to your nervous system. So instead of saying, I am confident, try, I'm learning to feel more confident. Instead of saying, I love myself, try, I'm learning to be kinder to myself. Instead of, I trust myself, I am beginning to trust myself more each day. You see, with these types of statements, there's less pressure, more space, and more safety. And that's where the real change happens. Here are some examples of safe and supportive affirmations that I've come up with. I am learning to feel safe in my body. I am becoming more aware of how I speak to myself. I am allowed to grow at my own pace. It is safe for me to change and evolve. I'm learning to trust myself more each day. I am becoming kinder to myself. I'm allowed to take small steps forward. My feelings are valid and I can support myself through them. I am creating safety within myself and I'm open to seeing myself in a new way. You see, rewiring your mindset isn't about forcing yourself to think differently. It's more about awareness, compassion, and small, consistent shifts. It's noticing a thought and then gently choosing a new one that feels better within yourself. And over time, those small shifts create new neural pathways, new beliefs, and a new way of seeing yourself. And this is why it is in my week 3 of my 12-week Awaken and Anchor program. I don't start with mindset. I start with safety in the body, grounding, breath work, meditation, and presence. Because when the nervous system feels safe, the mind becomes more open and real transformation can happen. You don't need to force yourself to believe something that doesn't feel true to you. So it's about meeting yourself where you are, taking that one small step forward, a softer thought, a kinder word, and one moment to self-support. Your mindset isn't something to fix overnight. It's something you reshape with safety, and it takes time. See, if you want more information on my 12-week one-on-one Awaken and Anchor program, feel free to reach out at the Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School. And I'll be saying, I can feel the apprehension there, but you just need to protect yourself at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I've also got one of the messages saying a guardian angel or someone who watches over you. Obviously, we've all got a spirit team that are, ours specifically, which are made up of guides and usually our deceased loved ones. But I really feel like there is someone in particular. Is there a grandmother that has passed that you were quite close to?
No, I never met her.
Okay, that's okay though, but I still feel like she, even though you never met her, is this your mum's mum?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she's definitely stepping forward and saying that she's around you all the time. Like she's watching over you. So please feel free to, she wants you to connect with her. So you talk to her. Are you meditating?
Yes, I do.
Great. While you're meditating, just in your mind, just have a conversation with her and just thank her because I really feel like she's watching out for you. She's protecting you. She's supporting you and guiding you. So, if you're having any issues, feel free to speak to her and ask her for that help because our guides and our angels can't step in and help unless we actually ask them to do that. So during your time in meditation, make sure you have a chat with her. You obviously would know her name. And I feel like she's definitely around you, watching over you quite a lot.
Okay.
Another card that's just popped out for you is the need to bring fun into your life. So I feel like that's going back to having that balance. And I feel like she's trying to tell you that you need to add a bit more fun into your life.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you just work at the moment or?
Yes, I'm actually waiting on a job promotion. I hope that's coming soon.
Okay. All right, let's see if we can get a card on that for you and give you a bit of clarity as well.
Okay. Okay.
Is this in the same sort of work that you're doing now?
Yes.
Great. Okay, this one wasn't actually about your work, but it's saying that you're quite psychic as well.
Wow.
Yeah, they're saying that you need to trust your intuition more. Those gut feelings that you're getting and that intuition, you need to trust it more. Because, yeah, they're saying that, there's, you could have some quite deep psychic insights, but it's your intuition that you need to learn to trust more. And, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So regarding that job, the message that's come out is events that will move with great speed. So I feel like I feel like it's coming up quite soon for you, if that makes sense.
Oh, wow. That does.
Yeah, great. I feel like it's going to bring you some more money as well.
Oh, yes. Excited.
Okay, so it's saying the card that's actually popped out is the King of Fire, and it's saying take a leadership role.
Wow. That's what I'm going for.
So, yeah, it's coming through for you. They're saying step into the spotlight. This is your time. Yep. And don't forget to communicate your vision. Because I feel like you're going to bring quite a lot to this. So have that confidence with you because, I feel like you might lack communicating your way of doing things. And but I feel like you can definitely bring a lot to this position that is coming through to you. But they're also saying don't be sensitive to criticism. Think of it not so much as criticism, but feedback, if that makes sense. So don't take it personal.
Wow.
Take it as a broader idea. Yeah. Well, I hope that's helped you today.
Oh, you have helped me a lot.
That job's definitely coming through in a leadership role. Yeah. I really think that's going to work out for you.
Okay.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Lovely to speak to you.
All right, you too. Okay. Bye-bye.
So now we've got Jessica. Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Yeah.
How are you today?
I'm doing pretty
Beautiful
good.
name.
How about yourself?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Was there a specific question or just a general read tonight?
I have one specific question and then a general read.
Yep. Sure.
There's a lot going on right now with my my son and my mother, and it's pretty bad. And she's I don't know, like it's just caused a lot of emotional distress. And
Is the issue between the two of them, or are they both separate issues?
Kind of separate issues, but it's more like retaliation.
Yeah. Okay. Because I got the Six of Water that's popped out, and it's saying children or child. Let me just see if I can get some more information. Won't be a moment. Okay. It's a child at school.
Yes, this one is. There's 3 of them, but this one's older. He's my oldest.
Okay. Is there bullying involved?
Bullying? No. He's it's a girl. There's a girl involved. It's over.
Okay, sorry.
Everything that's happened has involved a girl.
Okay, so he's romantically involved with her?
Yes.
Okay. She's giving him the bit of the runaround though, like she's just all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't feel like she's quite stable, and I feel like he doesn't know how to negotiate or help her emotionally. And I feel like he's taking a lot of that on himself, which is probably, I feel like, is way over his head.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does he talk to you about it? Is he able?
No, he told lies at school, and he got himself taken away from us. Because he did it so he could be with this girl. He was doing illegal stuff, and he didn't want to face the consequences. And they were trying to have a baby, and he's only 16. When I disciplined him, he went to school and told lies. And then when my mom's dog bit my daughter, a lot of terrible, terrible things happened, and she used him and took him away from us.
The dog?
Yes. No, she used she threatened me, and she could only take him away from us because he's older and he could talk to her and tell her lies because he didn't want to live here anymore because he wanted to be with that girl. And then so my mom took him, and but there is children. There's 2 other ones, and it's been awful.
Yes, doesn't sound great at all. Look, I can see you definitely getting a lot of sleepless nights out of it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like he needs to stand on his... Sorry.
Go for it. Say it.
Oh, yeah, I feel like he needs to stand on his own 2 feet for a little bit, and he needs... Is there a male that can help you out with him? Is there an uncle or someone that can... I feel like he needs to listen to a male, if that makes sense. He needs perspective.
He needs what?
Perspective. Feel like he's very emotionally involved. Yeah, he needs to step back and take a look at the bigger picture, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and he won't.
Yeah. So he's not living at home at the moment?
No, and we are faced with the decision whether we should just give him up so that we don't have to deal with everything that my mother's done. Everything she's currently doing, and then just pursue the legal path of the other stuff. I had to get a protection order against her. It's been really bad.
Yeah, it sounds like she's been putting things into his head as well. It's not helping.
Yes. So would you be able to pull some cards on this situation?
Yeah. They're saying that you just need to be the supportive parent from a distance at the moment. They're saying that you've done as much as you can help the situation. It's almost like you need to step back a little bit and allow things to sort of unfold, not to an extreme with legalities. He needs just some time to process what's going on And I feel like he will come back to you, but you just need to be in the background for a little while. I feel like he just needs to a month or two where he just needs to see things play out a little bit more. And I feel like his eyes are going to be opened to what is actually going on. And I feel like he's going to come to a realization that, maybe this isn't quite the way that things need to go. And there are other options, if that makes sense. I feel like the girlfriend is also going to show some of her true colours that is also going to help him take a step back as well, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Let's see what else they've got for us. Yeah, it's like you've done so much, but he's 16, you said, hey, so he's quite young and very immature in a lot of ways. Just making a lot of unwise choices at the moment. But they're saying avoid people who lack integrity, have questionable motives, and I feel like that's your mother.
Yes.
Yeah, they're saying there's a better way to make you happier. I feel like you need to just take that step back and trust in the process a little bit and allow him to make a few mistakes, but just let him know that you're always there. Don't let him know that you're going to give up on him at all, that you need to be able to support him from a distance, if that makes sense. And just keep reminding him that you're there for him no matter what. But I do find that there's going to be an end to the situation.
There's going to be an end. I haven't been able to talk to him for a month, so I don't know how to support him.
Yeah. Are you able to send him text messages?
My mother blocks me from any form of communication with him.
Okay. She's really making hard, isn't she?
She's currently trying to take my two youngest ones from me.
As well.
Yes. It's been awful. Every time the personal injury attorney calls to get information, she starts going after my other two little kids because her dog broke my daughter's arm.
Oh my goodness! So it's a matter of protecting the younger two as well.
Yeah, she tried to get me fired from my job. It's been. I spent the last month laying in bed crying.
Not a good situation at all. So, two cards that I've pulled out that have popped out for you is saying that there is an end to the situation that brings relief and an opportunity for new happiness, a weight off your shoulders. And then the next card that popped out was the Wheel. Fresh new start, and a very positive change in your life. So I feel there's something that will happen that I feel like he's going to come back into your care, but I feel like he just needs this time to work things out a little bit for himself, and you allowing him to have that space will and just don't cut him off completely is what I'm getting. Because I feel like he's going to need to come back to you and you're going to have to sort of pick up the pieces, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, at the moment, it's all new and so forth. And I feel like, he doesn't realise how good he's got it with you. He needs his time to realise that before he sort of comes back. I feel like he's going to be a dog with his tail behind his legs, like, I'm really sorry, for what has gone through. But it's, that the mum that's getting into his head, it makes it really, really difficult.
In the silence of my soul, visions clear and spirits call. I embrace my sacred role, standing firm where others fall. Whispers from another plane guide me through the unseen art. In my heart they remain, filling every broken part. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Each message is a stepping stone. My spirit strength fully shown. In every bone I own my throne. Psychic medium, fully grown. I'm a throne, a psychic medium, fully grown. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Sweet clarity, sweet clarity. With every reading, my power affirmed beyond the veil where fate is turned. I stand a guide between the worlds. With every reading, my power affirmed beyond the veil where fate is turned. I stand a guide between the worlds in clarity. My wings unfurl, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Loss. Conversations in grief education and healing with Sherry Dworkin-Smith. Live from SherryDworkinsmith.com. Connect direct In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Law on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the final episode of our Grief Education podcast here on A1R. I'm Sherry Dworkin-Smith, and I am a certified grief educator, a psychic medium, and a hypnotherapist. I want to first thank A1R Radio for sharing this opportunity with me to be able to launch this podcast and share some really important conversations around grief. As a grief educator and coach, I help people navigate their individual grief journey by providing a safe space to share feelings. And in our time together, I truly hope that I have been able to do that. It has also been my goal to share some tools that help folks as they move through grief in more meaningful ways, so that we don't feel like we're just floundering around lost at sea. These are really important because they can help lessen those giant impact waves of grief when they come, because we know that they will. These are things that we can use to start building our Little Hops toolkit, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. Whatever kind of grief that you're carrying or have been carrying, whether your grief is fresh, anticipatory, or something that you've carried with you for years, it has been my hope to create a space where we can talk about it together. And I'm grateful to have been here, and I thank you for coming along on the journey. As I mentioned before, I have been doing this work for a long time, and in my work as a medium and as a grief educator and as a hypnotherapist, it feels like I talk to people who are dealing with some sort of grief every single day. Some people are overwhelmed by the grief that they're living with. Some are still carrying a grief they weren't even aware of, and others have been struggling with issues in their lives that they didn't have any idea were even related to grief. We need to be able to talk about these things. We need to open our mouths and our ears and learn that it is okay to talk about grief. It's okay to feel it, and it's important to listen. By bringing these conversations into the light, we can lift and support each other, and hopefully we can also help non-grievers have a better understanding of what's going on and how they can help. This is why I created the podcast. Our society doesn't talk about grief. It's not something we're taught, and we're not taught in school, we're not taught in our faith organizations, and a lot of people don't have these conversations at home. And most people have no idea what to say about grief, especially if to someone who's grieving. If you've ever been to a funeral or a memorial service, the one thing you are likely to hear over and over again is, "I don't know what to say but." And there's no wrong thing that, I don't want to say that. There are some wrong things that could come after that. But when we say, "I don't know what to say but," and we speak from our heart and say, "I'm sorry, I'm with you, I'm praying for you, you're in my thoughts, I'm just holding a space for you and being aware," those things can make a humongous difference. There is a real need in our society to be able to talk more openly about grief and loss, to let people know that it is okay to feel what they are feeling. There's not a wrong way to grieve, and I want to say that again. Grief is different for everyone, and there is not a wrong way to grieve. People tell me all the time, "I'm doing it wrong," or "something's wrong with me." There is not a wrong way to grieve. There are intense griefs that can feel concerning, that maybe we need a little more support and help, but there is not a wrong way to grieve. It is different for everyone, and your way that you are carrying your grief is your way. Now, let me say, I'm not a big supporter of self-medication with things like recreational drugs and alcohol with grief, because all that does is push those things to the side. the grief will still be there when we come back to reality, all right, and sober up. So other than that, there is really no wrong way to grieve. And just as importantly, how we support those around us with words and actions that actually could bring comfort and help instead of doing the opposite is a real gap in our society, and something that I truly hope we can work on. We are living in a very difficult time right now. There are wars happening, literally impacting us, regardless of what country you're watching or listening to this from. The war with Iran is impacting all of us. The war with Ukraine is impacting all of us. And there are so many other conflicts going on around the globe. People are struggling with disease still and illness. People are fighting for their rights. They're fighting over territory, or worse, they're watching innocent people get caught in the middle. We may know some people in this country whose immigration status puts them in jeopardy, or who have had someone taken away due to this situation. We may know people who are struggling with aging or dementia, long-term COVID, childhood cancers, miscarriages, job loss, friends moving away, abandonment. And right now on our planet, I feel safe in saying that a majority of people are dealing with some kind of grief and loss on a daily basis. And unfortunately, this is a fact of being alive on our planet right now. It is simply a tumultuous time in humanity's evolutionary history. The world is a loud and complicated place. Full stop. And let's not forget about that global pandemic thing that tore through our planet a couple of years back, and loads of people are still dealing with the consequences of that, either personally, professionally, within their communities, with long COVID, and various other industries as well. I have spoken with so many people who have told me, even now, 5 years, 6 years later, their industry, their business, their company is just now starting to be recovered and to be back where it was before the pandemic. And we can't escape the reality that in this country alone, in the United States, over 1 million people died during the pandemic. And that is 1 million people just in one country that are still struggling to deal with grief and loss, and likely several million more that are dealing with the loss of those friends and other loved ones, perhaps people in other countries. And since grief is not linear, and not everyone deals with grief in the same ways, and not everybody starts grieving the minute something happens. Sometimes we have delayed grief. I remember when my grandparents, who were blessed, I was blessed to have them with me for so long into my adult life, and when they passed well into their 90s, I didn't cry at their funerals. It wasn't that I wasn't sad, and then we inherited their bedroom furniture, which was my grandfather's pride, and it sat in the guest room leaning against the wall for a long time because I wasn't ready to deal with it. And one day I came home and my husband had set it up in our bedroom, and seeing it set up in our room, the tears came flowing. That's delayed grief. And so not everybody grieves right at the moment that something happens. And as we've discussed before, regardless of your beliefs or your politics, this country, America, this country has a unique problem with people dying from gun violence. It is unique to our nation, certainly. And with rising rates of domestic violence, increasing inflation, out of control gas prices, job losses, rising rates of cancer diagnoses, especially in people younger and younger, people in their 30s and 40s. Aging parents, for people who are in my age, my generation, we are in the sandwich generation, where we may be lucky enough to still have our parents with us, that they need some extra help and some care. We may still be helping our children move into adulthood. So all of that increases the number of people on the planet, in the country, that are navigating some kind of grief. it is something that literally affects everyone, individuals, families, and whole communities. And regardless of who you are, at some point, grief is going to affect you, each and every one of us. It is just the fact of being alive on the planet. So now we have a society with an overabundance of grief and not nearly enough readily available tools to deal with it. And we're also dealing with a very real mental health crisis that is going on in our country that can be attributed to loneliness, the pandemic. It can be also attributed back to unprocessed and unacknowledged and unmanaged grief. We don't have the support systems for our healthcare professionals that they need to do the work that is facing our country, our society, really globally. So there is a lot that is going on. And it seems odd that the emotion of grief and sadness seem like the only ones in our current society that is not understood or is pushed to the side. It's not tolerated. It wants to be buried and ignored. And sometimes it's just not even permitted. Too often, grief simply has no place in the conversation. And that's why we came here, why we've been coming together for week after week to try and talk about grief and to bring conversations of grief into the light, to share that there's not something wrong with you that needs to be fixed. You may be carrying something that you don't know how to carry or you don't know how to put down. And by having these conversations, we shine a light on things to help people understand that all of us are carrying something. All of us are likely dealing with some kind of grief. So grief is not a problem to be solved. It's something we learn to cohabitate with. It's something we learn to blend and fold into our life. And the more we can learn to speak about it, and the more we can learn to understand it, the more we can lift and support each other as we move through it. Because, again, regardless of who you are and what phase of your life that you're in, we will all be affected by grief in our lives. That's just a fact. As a medium, I talk with people who have lost loved ones every single day, and people who may be struggling to make sense of the loss, or maybe they're just figuring out how to make their way through it. I've seen faces contorted in pain melt into softness and shoulders let go, knowing someone was able to witness and understand the grief that they've been carrying. Just being able to listen and hold that space can make a big difference. And it's always a privilege to me to share in that space and to be trusted to hold someone else's heart, to hold their pain. Yet our society resists. We don't like to be made to feel uncomfortable. We don't like to face our weaknesses, so we bury things deep down. And I find it really ironic because when we look at the local movie theaters and the movies that are the big hits on streaming or in the Cineplex, it's so often things of horror and violence, of places where we are just out of control and feel scared. So there's some aspect of us that likes to feel that scared, but we know it's not real. And grief is. And we don't like to be made to feel that way. We don't know how to handle being made to feel uncomfortable, as my friend says, for realsies. By bringing these conversations out into the open, we can reduce the stigma around grief and create a better path to greater education of what grief looks like and how we can better support people who are walking that path. And this is what I hope you will take away from our time here on this podcast. For millions of people, understanding their grief is seeing people crying in a church next to a coffin or by a grave. Many people think grief is what they see in the movies or in the news. And because it didn't affect them personally, they have a little understanding of how grief can show up, what it feels like, or what to say to someone who's dealing with it. And so that's why we came here together. And I hope through our time with this podcast that we have been able to create a window to be seen, for grievers to be seen, to be heard, and to be supported as we brought through stories of grief and loss and we brought them out into the open. I know from my own experiences how frustrating it is that there are so few resources available to people dealing with grief. And it really has been a joy and an honor to share friends and colleagues with you and their resources, and that know that others are walking similar paths, and to share these stories to hopefully help those of you who are in need. I have mentioned Anderson Cooper's podcast called All There Is in the past, and it is certainly worth mentioning again. If you haven't listened, it's really worth checking out. He started this as a way to help him deal with his own intense grief at the passing of his mother, Gloria Vanderbilt. He realized after her passing and the suicide of his brother and the death of his father, he needed a way to process his grief, and he found few resources himself. An established and world-renowned journalist found few resources. What does that say about our priorities as a society? So he started reaching out to others, and others that he knew had faced difficult journeys as well. Not therapists. For the most part, he's been talking with regular people who were dealing with loss. He did speak with some who are trained mental health professionals, but for the most part, real people, regular people, finding their way through grief and loss. And not long ago, he interviewed the documentarian Ken Burns. And I love this quote that he shared, and I know I've shared it before. But he said, "I think we've done ourselves an extraordinary disservice, not just at a social political level, but at an intimate level, if we can't let loss and grief be part of our common language." And I think that quote is so important. We separate ourselves from grievers. We don't allow ourselves to get close. We fear we might somehow get it on us, and we don't allow ourselves to be present and to be part of those intimate conversations. There are so many different kinds of grief. It's not just sadness or loss. There's so much more to it, and so many more things that can lead us to grief than we might immediately think about. And so I shared this information on our first podcast together, but I think it's so important. I wanted to share it with you again as we prepare to say goodbye on this network. So if you want to stay in touch, be sure you have subscribed to my newsletter, so you'll always know what's happening and where you can find me. You can go to my website at sherrydworkinsmith.com and put in your email address, and you will be all set. Okay, let me come back to the various kinds of grief. And you can always pause this playback and come back anytime you want. If you want to grab a pen or some paper and jot this down. I know this podcast will be in the archives on Ask One Radio. So especially if there's something that's resonant with you or someone you care about who might be dealing with grief, you can bookmark this episode and come back and listen to it again later. But as you listen, notice what comes into your mind and see if perhaps you maybe have been holding on to something that you didn't even realize was grief manifesting itself in your life. Our pain is trying to talk to us. It's trying to teach us, and it's trying to help us heal too. But so often we've been taught to just get through it or push it down, push it aside. I can't deal with that right now, right? The problem with that is that it eventually will come back. And that can happen in some not so pleasant ways. And that's a lot of the work that I do. Helping people who have pushed things down and pushed things down for years and years, who now feel paralyzed or blocked or incapable of having these relationships or connecting with their loved ones. They are shut down and unclear about what's going on because they don't realize that what's happening in the present is connected to that thing that might have happened decades before. So some of these kinds of grief may feel familiar to you and others may not, and that's okay. Grief manifests itself different for everyone. Some people sleep, some experience insomnia, some overeat or undereat. There's maybe malaise, acting out, being short-tempered. Dealing with grief is as individual process as the person experiencing it. It's complicated and it's hard, and it's definitely not something with a quick fix. It takes the time it takes. And unfortunately, in our instant gratification society, people expect us to just get over our grief in the time of a 24-hour news cycle. I have clients who have lost spouses, whether that happened, I also have a dog. I have clients who have lost spouses, and whether that happened several months ago or several years ago, they are still not only actively dealing with the losses, they're also dealing with people pressing them to move forward and even date. 2 months. Okay, I have 2 dogs. Grief makes others uncomfortable, which is why... hey, go on. Grief makes others uncomfortable, which is a big part of why everyone always seems so anxious for folks to move on. And unfortunately, that is just not how grief works. I do want to clarify that grief isn't just something that happens when someone we care about dies. Grief can come to us for a host of reasons other than death. Grief, we can grieve the end of a relationship, a job, moving out of our home, an impending loss, closing a chapter, and on and on. Even if these things are largely positive, we can still feel the effects of grief and sadness and loss. And so let's talk quickly about those kinds of grief. Unexpected grief is one of the more common things I talk to people about. For example, when my ex-brother-in-law passed away not that long ago, I was genuinely surprised by how much grief I felt at his passing. I never had a brother, and it was really lovely to have him in my life. And when he passed, even though he and my sister had been divorced for many years, and he had not been around us, I was really surprised at how much sadness and grief I felt. And that's unexpected grief. There's normal grief, which, to be honest, I don't really love this moniker. Grief is normal, period. And each journey is unique. So I don't know that we need something that's called normal grief, because grief is normal. Nevertheless, it's on the list. Anticipatory grief is often associated with an upcoming loss, perhaps someone who is ill and preparing to transition, or the end of a job, or an upcoming move. We know something hard is coming, so we begin to steel ourselves against the pain ahead of time. And we can fall into that grief as if the loss has already occurred, rather than enjoying the time that we may have left with that person or in that situation. Complicated grief can occur when a griefer does not move through or move forward and feels stuck in that place of intense grief and not being able to move forward, not being able to move on, which can sometimes lead to something called cumulative grief. It's where we're dealing with thing after thing after thing after thing, and that's one of the things we're seeing happening right now, that there are so many things that people are just feeling like everything is piled on, right? Delayed grief I talked about earlier when I mentioned about my grandparents and their furniture. And exaggerated grief can come along when we are just done. We're just done. The emotions are frayed, the actions, we may become more erratic, we may lose our tempers, we may just have no more anything to give. Okay? A secondary loss, I think, is something that we don't talk about enough. The secondary loss is when we no longer get to because of. So when my grandparents passed, we no longer got to go visit them. If you are a caregiver, this can be really impactful because you're no longer driving that person or cooking for that person. There are all of these things that we used to do because that person was in our lives or that situation was in our lives, and now those things are not with us. We no longer get to do those things. We no longer get to see the people that we may have built relationships with that were associated with that person. So there are so many different places where there are secondary losses. Perhaps we no longer get to go to a restaurant that was a favorite. Quick tip, you still can. Collective grief is where is the last one I want to mention, because that's something, again, that we are dealing with as humans on this planet. Collective grief over global warming, gun violence, the global pandemic, cancer, war, inflation. Collective grief, global anxiety, those things are very real, and that's something that we're seeing play out in real time in front of our eyes right now. This is just a quick summary of some of the more common types of grief, and the bottom line is there are many more kinds of grief, and there's not one right way to get through any of them. Through our time together, it has been my goal to bring on guests who can share with us about the various kinds of grief and their experiences. We talked with Elias, who was adopted by Greek parents, and due to their age when they adopted him, he lost them when he was a relatively young man. We met Kim, who shared her experiences of working as a death doula and what led her to that path. We spoke with Leah and Amy, who talked about how death led them to mediumship and how those losses changed their lives. And it was a truly, truly a joy to welcome my own sister onto the podcast to talk about the very complicated situation of holding a space for her son as he grieved the unexpected passing of his father, my ex-brother-in-law, while she grieved the same loss in a very different way as I did. We met Chris, who shared about losing her best friend literally right in front of her in her home, and Maureen, who lost her husband several years ago, and the different ways that they both chose to tap into higher powers to help them deal with these significant losses. And 2 weeks ago, we welcomed Laura, our last guest here on A1R, who shared some important insight about helping her sister who lost her spouse to navigate a journey she was not prepared for, and how her brother-in-law sent signs and little winks from beyond to let her know that she was not alone as well. It has been a beautiful journey here with all of you, and to share these stories of grief and compassion and strength and resilience and journey and loss, and to shine more light onto the importance of talking about grief and not keeping it all to ourselves. When we connect, we can heal. And even in listening to Anderson Cooper's podcast, he's not sharing tips or tools. It's just a conversation. And you can see how healing that can be in every episode. We need to be able to talk about our grief and not feel like we need to swallow our words. We need to cultivate spaces where our grief and our emotions are welcome. These spaces are important because if you're struggling with grief, it may not be appropriate to break out crying at work. It can put a strain on even the best of relationships when you're rightfully needing to talk about your grief again and again, because that is part of the process and how we heal. And part of the problem is we don't always have access to those spaces where our emotions are welcome, where our stories are welcome, and our grief is safely on display. Talking about it helps. It's not easy, but it does help, and that's also how we honor our loved ones who are no longer with us. Some people don't want to talk, and that's okay too. And others want to continue mentioning them, saying their name, keeping their memories at the surface. As I've said, there's no right way, no wrong way to grieve. Some days will be better, some days everything will hurt. And wherever you are today, that's okay. Remember that grief is not linear, so you may feel different on different days, and that is totally normal. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I spent several years as a pink Cadillac driving sales director with Mary Kay Cosmetics, and Mary Kay always talked about that we're either starting a crisis, finishing a crisis, or getting ready for the next crisis to start. So whatever it is that you're working through, whatever crisis phase that you're in, I hope that you'll remember how important it is to share what you've learned here with others. If you're dealing with grief and you'd like to work with me, please know that I would be honored to help. I'm not going away, and you can easily find me and message me at my website, through my Facebook page, or any of the other social media platforms. I want to thank you for being part of our mission to create a space for healing and positive change by starting some important conversations. And for more information about my services and the classes that I offer, such as Unspooling Your DNA and the Empowered Empath Method, be sure you add yourself to my email list. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you to A1R for hosting us. Remember, your grief is not something to be fixed. We're all in this together. And isn't that a good thing? Thanks for being with me on the journey.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLees.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. I'm Jenna Lee. I'm so excited to be here. I have been doing so many amazing things, getting ready to go into business for myself 100% all over again. I took some time for myself to just refresh my life. So coming back to this full time has just been so much fun. And I've seen some incredible blessings happen. And I wanted to share one with you before I told some stories. Okay. So Spirit has been telling me to go run out in nature. If you've ever known me, I don't like to run. I dislike cardio immensely. But of course, I listen to Spirit, and I'm on the canal banks over here in southern Idaho, or the walking paths, or, just wherever. And I'm running. And when I come home, I'm having an emotional release for about, I would say about an hour to 2 hours sometimes. Doesn't always feel fun, but I have been feeling so much better. And about night 3 of this, I realized that in Chinese medicine, our lungs hold grief. And as I'm opening up my lungs and releasing all that grief and that sadness and that heartache, I have been feeling so much better. So just so you know, if you get that download to go run, you better get your little booty out there and go release some of that grief, because that's what's been happening to me. And I feel so good this week. This night is going to be just a little bit different, because I'm usually teaching some sort of class or trying to give you some little tidbits of information. And as I was taking a walk tonight, I was just thinking how fun it would be to talk about some of the stories and experiences I've had since I've been young and just growing up. A lot of people tell me they wish they could be me. They wish they could see what I see. They wish they could have those experiences. And I'm like, do you really know what you're asking for when you're asking to see what I see? And so I wanted to kind of tell you some of my ghost stories / the stories of me seeing full apparitions and things like that, because it's not always fun. But in case you have never heard me, or if you are newer to this, I have been able to see since I was 3 years old. And at first, I did not know what was happening to me. We lived in the mountains. I'm honest, the mountains. I think it was like population 30, really tiny. And I remember being about 3 years old, and I would look out my window, and we lived on a hill, and I would see indigenous people watching me night after night after night. And some of the weirdest things in that house happened. I mean, my brother watched his shoes walk across the room by themselves. But these people would just stare at me, and I was terrified. I didn't understand for a very long time. I think it hit me, and I started to understand what I was seeing. I think I was in, I want to say first grade or second grade. I was about 6 or 7 years old. And at that time, I was staying at my grandma's house in her bedroom. And just so you know, I always have to sleep with the door closed because they're always in the doorway. And there was a man there dressed in flannel pajamas. They were blue and white striped, button-up shirt. His hair was different. It was not my grandfather. My grandpa did not wear pajamas like that. He wore like his very religious clothing. He did not have pajamas like that. And there was something in his hair. And this sounds really weird. I know it does. But it looked like a pick in his hair. And I just couldn't figure out why he would have that in his hair. And he just stayed there and stared at me for quite some time. And I remember knowing that wasn't my grandpa. So this all started when I was about 3. And if you don't know, I used to see them with my human eyes, just like people. That's why it was so confusing to me as I was getting older, because I could see them standing there just like a family member or my brother or somebody. And then as I got older, this one's really cool. This one, I don't know if you guys have ever had an experience like this, but I have a shared experience with my little brother. Now, at this current time, it was summertime. I was about 13. My older siblings would go to California for the summer. And so me and my little sister and my brother all stayed in this ginormous room because there was multiple beds. And in our family, for whatever reason, I don't understand still, when you lost a tooth, you would put your tooth in a cup of water, and the tooth fairy would come and take the tooth and then put the money in the cup of water. That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard, but I've heard other people do that as well. Super weird to me. I was upstairs on the north side of the house. The kitchen, where the cup of water is downstairs on the south side of the house. And the weirdest thing happened, and I woke up, and it was so weird. I got my brother up. I know I was 13. Trust me, I believed in these things until a very long time. But I was like, hey, let's go see the tooth fairy. I might have been more like 11, but let's go see the tooth fairy. So we go down the stairs, and we open the door to the downstairs, and we like peek our heads around the wall to see the kitchen. And there is a lady there that is pretty tall with dark hair, and she's walking away from us. Her shirt is black. She's got flowers on it. The flowers are yellow, orange, red. And I remember thinking, she's got my shirt on, because I had something very similar. She's walking away from us. And all of a sudden, she starts to turn around so slowly and to look at us. And we're like, nope. And we run back up the stairs and jump in our beds, right? I'm over on this side, he's on that side. And I remember just laying there so stiff. And when I was little, all the way up until I was an adult, I'm not going to lie, I'd pretend I was asleep, because if they think I'm sleeping, they'll just leave me alone. And we hear the door to the stairs open. And every single stair is creaking as this person is coming up the stairs. And I am terrified just laying there. And my bedroom door opens. And she comes into the room, which is terrifying, by the way, and sits on my bed. I feel the bed go down, and I'm just laying there, and I am thinking, oh my gosh, I hope my sister doesn't wake up. She's years younger than me. I hope she doesn't wake up. And I'm freaking out, just pretending I'm like stiff asleep, and some time passes by, and it feels like forever. And she ends up leaving. Well, in the morning, me and my brother started talking about it, and we have exactly the same memory. Now, keep in mind, this was like 20 years ago, and we still talk about this to this day. My brother's story says that after she sat on my bed, she came over to where he was and bent down and stared at him, and then turned around and walked out the door. And we still talk about that to this day. Now, my brother says that she had something in her hand, and it reminded him of a wand back then. And he still says that to this day, but I don't really know. But our mother, mine and my brother's mother, had passed away when we were very young. And my mother was tall. She was 6 foot. She had dark hair. So it was really interesting. And we've always wondered if it was my mom, but we don't know. But again, we could see her with our human eyes. I'm going to stop right there because I have a caller, Jenny, I think from New York. Oh, New Jersey. Okay. Bayville, New Jersey. Jenny.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Hanging in there.
What can I help you with today?
I'm looking for some clarity in my relationship. Me and my fiance have split up. I don't want this. He is choosing this, but says that he's in hopes that one day we get back together. I just don't know how that happens, but just gotta chalk it up, I guess. I don't know. I was just looking for some clarity.
Yeah. Can you tell me your birthday, Jenny?
July 18th.
Of what year?
1985.
Ooh, beautiful chart. What's his birthday?
June 6th, 1994.
Okay, were you guys in any type of disagreement before this happened?
Yeah, we just were under a lot of tremendous stress, like life stress and just stress in general.
Okay. Okay. Please know as I'm telling you this, anything can change because everybody has free will. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't see this as a forever breakup. I don't see this as a forever thing. I think it's going to be temporary. Now, that being said, he does have free will and he could change everything that I'm telling you. I do not think that this is forever. I think you will get back together. I think that his brain just looks so cloudy, like he overthinks and overthinks, and it's almost like he gives himself anxiety and talks himself out of things. And I think that he just got so overwhelmed, he needs a little bit of distance to figure stuff out. I don't see anybody else involved. If that was something you were worried about, it literally is like he puts himself into a panic. Like, what were you going to say?
Yeah, no, that's exactly. He overthinks everything, and he kind of, I know part of him wants to come home, and like I want him to come home, but I also know that part of him is like fighting with himself to not, and like talking himself out of it. And I just don't understand what the point is in that. But he is also way younger than me, so I'm like, maybe this is just how this is supposed to go.
Yeah. So I would tell you that in the meantime, if I were in your position, what I would be doing is like not just praying about the situation, but literally visualizing him happy and healthy. And not to get your hopes up by any means, but I would visualize conversations of what it looks like for when he comes home. It's almost like he just needs to be surrounded with some protection. I would see his mind clear. I would see his decisions made. I would see, I'd be doing energy work for my person. I would be, as much as he would accept it, because they don't always like to accept it even in energy form, but I'd be doing energy work for my person, pulling off that negative energy and talking to him and blessing him with love and light, and seeing the conversations of him coming back and what does it look like when he's back, and just really feel what it would feel like if he's back and his mind was clear and things were good. And that's going to help give him a little bit of a push, and that's also going to help to clear your mind and your energy as you're doing the work. I would do that every day if you can, not obsessively. It's like do it once or twice and then just let it go. So you're not obsessing and pushing it away, but do some work for your person, pray for your person, see him happy and healthy and his mind clear. And that should make a huge difference in how things are going to go. But I don't see that it's going to be forever as far as the breakup, I mean.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that help?
Amazing. Yes, of course.
Okay. Do you have anything else I can help you with?
Actually, yeah. My son has been suffering from seizures out of nowhere, and I've taken him to place, and everybody just keeps saying, "Oh, this is just a random thing. Sometimes you just have to chalk it up." And I'm like, "Well, that's just crazy because he was never doing this before. What is going on here? Is there anything wrong with him that I'm missing?"
Yeah, I would assume, I would look into a yeast infection. And I know that sounds weird, but you can have a candida, an overgrowth of candida anywhere in the body. And I have seen this actually many times where they have a candida build up in the brain and it makes seizures happen. So I would be doing some type of yeast cleanse, a candida cleanse, if you will, and see if that doesn't help you.
Oh, wow. Okay, awesome.
Yeah. All right. I'd love to hear back from you, especially when you figure out what's going on with your son. Please reach back out. I'd love to hear from you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great night.
Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Okay. I've got an Anna. Will you pop that back up?
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Okay, from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. How are you tonight? Okay, I already asked you that. What can I help you with?
I'm just looking for like a general reading, like whatever comes up. I'm open to anything really. So whatever comes through for you.
Will you give me your full birth date so I can tune into your energy, please?
It's June 9th, 1989.
June 9th, 1989. Dang, girl, you think a lot. I knew this. Okay. Okay. So as soon as I got before I got your birthday, your energy feels super light and happy. And I have to tell you how amazing it is to find somebody who makes the light, who creates the light. I know that you've overcame so many challenges in your life, and you are doing so well. Your energy is just bright and glowing and happy. Oh, you must have just received some big blessings recently, huh?
I don't think so.
Okay, well then watch out for them because they're probably coming. But what I'm seeing is almost like a celebration, like something big coming your way or getting gifted to you or some type of something big. They're showing me a blessing coming. And I thought it had already happened, so just watch out for that. Okay, I would like to ask you, how is it that you are clearing your mind? Because throughout your life, you've overthought things so many times, but yet when I tune into your energy, you're amazing. So what do you do to clear your mind?
I don't really do anything. I just I'm an optimist. I don't know. I just try to be I just see my cup as half full all the time, I guess. And I try to turn something negative into positive. Like if something tragic happens, I kind of like figure out what I can learn from it and how I can grow from it, I guess.
Yeah, because you have the light. So it's interesting because I tune into your energy through your birthday because I do numerology number 1, and you have 3 9s in your chart. And 50% of 3 9ers are negative, and the other 50% are like boss babes. They get stuff done. They have these amazing ideas. They push through, and you have that, right? And I can tell. I have another question to ask you. Do you love to give gifts to people? Do you love to
Yes.
Yes, because I don't know what you believe in, and if you don't like this, please just dismiss it. But on the other side, everybody has a job, and your main job on the other side is to go give miracles and blessings to people. And so you've carried that in with you in this lifetime of giving gifts to people, watching their face light up and knowing that you're bringing them happiness. And it almost looks like you don't ever ask for anything in return. You'll buy things for people and use your own money and energy and things like that. But that is your job on the other side, is to give people blessings and miracles. They're even showing me that you go as far as to give bigger miracles when you're allowed to help heal sick children, things like that. So in this lifetime right now, what they're trying to do is give you a blessing of a pretty good, decent life. Yes, you've had some hardships, but you always figure it out. It always just kind of miraculously figures itself out. And so you're just experiencing another beautiful life because you're such a giving person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Yeah. What else? Do you have any questions right now, though?
I kind of want to know what's in store for the next month or so in terms of my relationship and work, if you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And work, are you looking for a promotion at work?
Not really a promotion. I'm looking to grow, I guess you could say.
Yeah, going up. Yeah. So I do see some type of shift going on as far as I want to say career shift, but when I look, it doesn't look like you're going to be leaving. So that's why I would have called it a promotion, like something else is coming in, a different opportunity. What do you do for work?
I have my own business, and I also subcontract through other people too.
Oh, okay. So there's probably opportunities there for I don't know what you call that, but new companies or somebody coming in and hiring your services or whatever it is. It like new opportunities of people coming in and utilizing you. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Yeah. So so the promotion thing you're growing up. Yep. That's what I would say. There's other opportunities coming in. Why are you asking about your relationship? It feels pretty pleasant and happy. What's going on with that?
He's kind of closed off, so it's hard for me to like gauge what he's feeling and where he stands in everything. You know what I mean?
So when you're thinking that because he's closed off, are you thinking that he's not happy?
Yeah, or like I don't know. It's just unknown to me, so it's frustrating.
Yeah. Tell me his birth date, please, so I can tune in accurately.
Pardon me?
Will you tell me his birth date so I can tune in accurately to him?
June 29th, 1978.
June 29th. You Junes, man. June 29th of 19 what?
78.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, he's got a beautiful chart. He really does. I don't feel that he's unhappy. I don't feel that he's unhappy at all. Oh, it looks like he has a little bit of a hardship maybe opening up all the way and trusting because of the pain that he's felt in the past. So it's like, like 80%, like 75 or 80%, and he still hasn't come all the way together because he's a little bit afraid. But just because he's closed off does not mean he's unhappy. It feels happy. He needs to learn to communicate better. I know you're trying to push him into that a little bit, it looks like, and he'll just do it on his own time. So just continue to be patient because he does not look unhappy at all. He's just still learning how to, I would say, trust how to let somebody all the way back in. And if you're patient and you guys just keep working on the communication, it looks like it should just be fine.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else I can help you with?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I just want you, before you get off the phone, to know you are doing such a great job, and this world really needs people like you. And I hope you get the opportunity to teach other people, what you do and how you clear yourself and how you handle your own mind, because we need that. So I just want to tell you, good job on everything you've done in this lifetime, because it looks beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have a good night, Anna.
You too.
Okay, so I have about 5 minutes left, which I'm excited for because I love story time and I don't get very much opportunities to talk about my ghost stories. Super fun. So again, if you're just tuning in, a lot of people say they want to see what I see, but they really don't know what they're asking for. And some of these ones have been really cool, but I did change my abilities about 10 years ago. I was taught that we could change our abilities. And I got so tired of waking up in the middle of the night and seeing them hovering over my bed that I did not want to see them with my physical human eyes anymore. I just wanted to hear them. So before I changed my abilities, though, there was another time I had my son. He was about 2 months old. Sorry, I was thinking about that. 2 months old. And we were sitting in the living room. Of course, he was in his car seat. It was Christmas time. I was wrapping some presents, and I just said, hey, we should pray. And I just start praying out loud while I am wrapping these presents. And the month before, I had just bought my daughter a little kitchen, those little cooking kitchens that kids have, and it's got buttons on it, and it makes different noises, like a sizzle noise, a boiling noise, the tea kettle noise, and one of those buttons had gone off. And I kind of looked at it and I thought, well, that's weird. And so I went over there and jumped around and thought maybe it just felt some vibration, and it never went off again. And I went and sat down by my son and started, kept wrapping the papers and the presents. And then every single button got pushed right on that kitchen. And I remember looking over there. Now, I didn't see anything during that time, but eventually we go to bed and I wake up in the middle of the night because they're always there in the middle of the night. And there is a man there in my doorway again. The door was closed that time, but he was still there. And he had some big black baggy pants on and almost like a plaid shirt. It was buttoned up. I remember it being like red and yellow. And he was about 6 foot, pretty skinny, a little bit more. Anyways, so I remember thinking, oh, I got to see if he's got feet. Because when I see them, most of the time, I don't see their feet. They're always kind of floating, okay? So I look down and I'm like, oh, there's no feet. He's not real. And I'm like, oh, he's not real. He's not real. And then I just kind of started freaking out. I can't run past him. You know, I have no cell service in that apartment that I was living in back then. And then I realized it was my son's uncle who had passed away. He'd actually passed away tragically, and I had never met him, but it was him. And I just told him like, hey, like, we're doing okay. We're doing good here. Thank you for showing up. And I just communicated with him, never saw him again. Just from my perspective, the other side for me is 3 feet higher than our plane. So I always kind of see them floating or a little bit taller. It's hard to gauge how tall they are sometimes. When I see them with my human eyes, I didn't see their feet. Now I can because I've changed my abilities a little bit. So that's fine. Dave, will you pop up how much time I have? Oh, thank you. Same mine. Okay. So cool things though. Like one time I was working at, what do we call those? Assisted living homes. And I was so close to some of my residents. And I remember waking up again in the middle of the night and I'm laying flat down and there's 2 spirits around me. And I look over, one of my residents is there and she's holding my hand and I just started crying and I just told her, I love you. I'm so sorry that I got so busy because they put me in a different position and I couldn't go see her. And she was so cool. She was 96 years old and she wouldn't come out of her room. She didn't have any friends. And everybody, the residents, it kind of would like, oh, she's not friendly at all. She doesn't do nothing with us. But come to find out, she just couldn't hear them. She was mostly deaf and they wouldn't communicate accurately. So I used to go sit in her room and hang out with her. And eventually she came out and made friends. And I taught everybody like how to communicate with her so that she could hear them. And she was bowling with us but she had gone to cross over and I knew because she came to tell me thank you and give me the most amount of love possible. So it was pretty cool moments. But anyways, time is out for the night. So I will see you back here Wednesday at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time, 10:30 Eastern Time. And it was so much fun sharing stories with you. Have a good night, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Oracle Buffet on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Oracle Buffet, or Buffet de Oráculos, as I like to say. It's Tuesday again. It's 3 o'clock where I'm at. Might be 4 or another time where you're at. But anyway, here we are. We're doing it. Today we're taking a caller here shortly. And while we prepare for that, let's just talk about some housekeeping stuff. Got to keep the house kept. Anyway, housekeeping. Well, we'll talk about sponsors. First sponsor of the day, High Class Grass, plant-based company dedicated to helping making plant-based living more easy and convenient. And also, have you ever heard of a solar return? Your solar return happens every year when the sun returns to the same position it was when you were born. Your solar return is like a birth chart for that year. So you can get one done every year and kind of get an idea of the themes of the year, the energy, some of the events that might be happening. That is something I offer, both reports, which are emailed to you, and I also offer solar return readings as well. Reason I bring that up is my solar return's coming up in a few weeks here, the old birthday. So I was just looking at what I've got coming up this next year and kind of excited. So if you want to know what's going on with your solar return, got a birthday coming up, or you're looking for a gift for a friend, a solar return chart or reading is a wonderful, wonderful gift. And you can find those at psychicastrologywi.com. Shoot me a message or send me an email. Would love to hear from you. Anyway, what else we got here? We're coming up on the full moon in Libra. This is a big one for you versus relationships. It's me versus us. Independence versus cooperation or harmony. And wherever that this full moon falls in your chart shows which area of your life that is going to be affected most. And I just got done shooting my full moon video a little bit ago. I'll be posting that to my site here soon. But anyway, yeah, so if you're feeling emotional, feeling full of whatever, problems in your relationships, problems asserting your independence, or questions of those things, that is likely why, because we got this here full moon coming in hot. So yeah, prepare for that. If it's not something, another. Anyway, what else do we got today? Another sponsor of the day, Lighthouse Center, lighthousecenterinc.org. That's my grandma's meditation center. Stop by there, do a meditation, take a class, get a reading done. They're doing all sorts of stuff there now. They got like a book club, just all sorts of fun stuff. Anyway, what else do we got here? I don't know. So, while we're waiting to get this caller on the line, let's just pull a card for the collective. Actually, I guess they're on the line now. All right, who do we got on the line?
Hi, this is Michelle from Canton, Michigan.
Oh, hi, Michelle. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fabulous. All right, Michelle, do you know your birth information by chance?
Yeah, 9/16/83. Is that what you're asking for? My birthday?
Yeah. You know what time by chance?
Nope.
Okay. And where at?
Where was I at when I was born?
Yeah.
Southfield, Michigan.
Okay. So out of curiosity, are you close to Whitmore Lake, Michigan?
Somewhat, yeah. Probably about maybe 40 minutes maybe away.
Oh, cool. I know I've been to Canton before. But anyway,
Okay.
yeah, if you're ever in the Whitmore Lake, Michigan area, stop by, see Grandma's Meditation
Absolutely.
Center, but that's not what this is about today. All right, let's pull up your chart. Is there something specific you're calling about, or do you just want me to read what I see?
Well, actually, I'm supposed to. So I just finished a divorce, and I'm supposed to get my share of the equity, and it's already been past that date. And so I'm just wondering if I'm actually going to have to sell this house with him, or if he's going to come up with the money soon that he's supposed to pay me out on.
Okay. Just gonna look at your chart here. From what I'm gathering here, I would say within the next 2 to 3 months, it appears he's going to have the money for you. I don't know if that timeline rings a bell or anything, but that's immediately what I got. And looking at your chart and some of the transits that are going on, I feel like that's a good estimation of when it's going to be.
Okay.
So go ahead.
No, that was it. I was just saying, okay.
So I don't know if he just took on a new job or something.
Nope. He, I don't think he's going to be able to come up with the money is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're going to have to sell the house, because he owes a bunch of money to the government. And so I'm not sure, but I've, like I said, I've been waiting for a long time, and I already have a motion in court to go in front of the judge. I just didn't know if, I'm just trying to understand where my life's going to go if I have to sell this house with him, which is going to be awful, or if I'm going to get paid out with a check from him that he owes me. So that's why I was just trying to clear that up so I can have some kind of idea of what's going to happen.
Okay. Well, I'm getting within the next 2 to 3 months. Either he's going to get the money, or it's going to be pretty much resolved within the next 2 to 3 months. So I don't know what's going on in the next 60 to 90 days for you, but that's what I'm getting off of this, is that it's going to be around that time. So be patient, and just see how things play out. Now, I'm going to just read your chart in general here while I got you on the line. You have a tendency, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, Michelle, but you have a tendency to want to control things. You're very smart. You're a very smart woman. There's no doubt about it. You've got your sun, and you got it in conjunction with Mercury. Now, Mercury is intellect, it's communication, it's thinking, it's learning. But anyway, when it's in Mercury, that's one of the best places it can be in, Michelle. So this makes you incredibly intelligent, but it also makes you really like to have a handle on where things are going, and to have your thumb on things, and just want to control them. So first thing I want to say to you is you need to let go, because this is going to play out however it's meant to play out. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, that's lesson number one here, or part number one. Anyway, so also your moon being in Capricorn, you are a financier. You like to have money. You like to have stability. You like to be the boss of things. But that too is a control thing as well. So I guess what I'm getting at here, Michelle, is you got a double doozy of kind of white knuckling your life and wanting to know outcomes, obviously, but wanting to control things. And that's one of your lessons, is to let go of control and to be more curious about things. So this is undoubtedly an ongoing theme in your life, is learning to let go and let God, let happen whatever it's going to be meant to happen here. So keep that in mind, that asking me, asking any other astrologer, psychic, tarot person, it's going to play out how it's meant to play out. And you need to enjoy your life now in the meantime, and plan for one way or the other, or plan to be fine either way, which you will be fine either way, because you are so smart and you do have so much going for you. Now, also, you have a tendency to, not only do you have a little bit of control, the tendencies, you like to shine brightly. You've got your Venus and Mars in conjunction in Leo. So people with this placement, they want to put on this presentation of having your life together, of looking a certain way, of being kind of like, I don't want to say the center of attention necessarily, but just having this persona of having things put together and being this certain type of person. And that's a lot of pressure on yourself. So I'm feeling pressure from all angles, pressure to want to control the outcome, pressure to look a certain way, be a certain way, and then control as well, because you're incredibly hard on yourself. Am I wrong?
Nope, you're exactly right.
Yeah, no, you definitely are. And I can feel it not only in your chart, but I can feel it in you, like, if I got to do this or that, or this is going to happen, or that's not going to happen, or I'm going to look this certain way. But the lesson here, and this is a theme throughout your life, again, to let go of control, be curious about things, open up to new possibilities. That's what's being asked of you throughout your life is let go of control, let it be what it's going to be. Because the more you try and control, and I've learned this the hard way many times throughout my life, Michelle, the more you try and control, the more the universe is like, you ain't controlling a dang thing. And they'll do the opposite of what you think they should do. So point being, let go. I think that when Jupiter is opposing your moon over the next couple months here, that's when we're going to have a break on the house thing here. Anyway, I'm starting to run out of time, so I'm going to pull a couple cards for you. Past, present, and future. What does Michelle need to know from the past, present, and then future? Okay. Past. Creativity. I honor my passions. Change me, divine beloved, into one who honors my deepest creative passions and needs. Help me value the talents you have given, both known and unknown. You haven't allowed yourself to be creative in the past, have you? Because of fear of mistakes. The present card that I drew is eliminate fear of mistakes. All humans make mistakes, which is a natural part of the learning process. Practicing any sport or musical instrument involves making hundreds of trial and error mistakes and corrections so the brain can zero in on the target. When you accept yourself as human, don't take it personally, and don't have your ego at stake, you learn faster, start sooner, and accomplish more easily. Practice giving yourself a solid sense of self-worth, and you won't have to worry about mistakes. That's kind of like what we were talking about with control and wanting to look a certain way and being mean to yourself, beating yourself up. And then the future, it's the burn card. What is ready to go so I can grow? And this is the perfect time for me to draw this card for you, Michelle, with this full moon we got coming up. Because full moons are a time for releasing things. So I want you to ask yourself for the next day, what is ready to go so I can grow? And perhaps write it down, do a burn and release ceremony. But this is the perfect time to be doing something like that. And I can't tell without the birth time what area of life this is falling in your chart, but it's still meaningful nonetheless. So yeah, I think I'm running out of time here. I can't get my thing pulled up. But anyway, do you have any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
No,
well, thank you,
I appreciate
Michelle.
it.
I appreciate you. You have a wonderful day. And thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you next week here on the Oracle Buffet.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. We're the biggest metaphysical network in the world. Not to brag, but smoke 'em if you got 'em. Speaking of smoking if you got 'em, I don't know if you can see in the back there, I put some magic colored stuff in my fire. So, woo-woo, all very magical. So happy year of the wood snake, everyone. It's the Chinese, I don't know if you know about the Chinese zodiac, but it's a 12-year cycle. And it usually starts late January, early February. So if you were born in the year of the snake, congratulations. This is going to be a very good year for you. The year of the snake is normally a year of great transition. We're shedding old ways and coming into new ways. People born in the year of the snake are often very beauty-oriented. Snake is an ancient symbol of beauty in ancient texts. They're also good at doing things like sort of starting over again really quickly as the snake sheds its skin. They're also very resilient, see above shedding skin. And also, I'm deathly afraid of you guys. No, I'm not. I'm so scared of snakes. So I'm going to pretty much spend this year hiding under the couch. It's also a good year for the following. If your year of the rat, which is 1960, 1972, 1984, and like that, 1996. It's a very good year. It's the salty pool moon. I'm not actually sure why they call it salty pool moon. It just means that you'll probably fall madly in love and have good luck in business. Both would be great. No shows rat. Year of the horse, which is like 1954, 1966, 1978, 2002. I think I missed one there. Oh, well. If you're a horse, you know you're a horse. Horses are great. Horses are they're beautiful and independent and kind of self-sufficient, but also very cheerful. But we like them anyway. So for horses, it's the year of the peach blossom, as well as the wood snake. It's the peach blossom star, which means that it's going to be a much nicer year for you than, say, last year. So things are about to get a lot better in your domestic and romantic life. About time, too. If you're born in the year of the monkey, which is 68, 68 plus 12, 1980, 1992, what's 1992, 2004? I forgot. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at math. Anyway, it's the year of the, I can't read my own writing. Red Cheetos? No, that's not right. I think Red Lantern Star. So again, for all of you guys, good year for love, pretty good year for business and for money, and that's fabulous. Who doesn't like business and money? All good. Good for year of the dog too. So that's 1958, 1970, 1982, 1994, 1994, and whatever was 12 years after 1994. I'm sorry. It's the red matchmaker star is ascendant for you guys. So if you're born in the year of the dog, and if you are very loyal, for one thing. You're very good at telling the truth, which can make you a lot of friends and the occasional enemy. You're very good at seeing what's actually going on. And again, these are all kind of cheerful signs. I'm year of the tiger, which is probably why my shoulder's on fire. And we're going to wait till next year to have a good year. But in general, it's a year in which we'll find our own resilience for dogs, rats, horses, and monkeys. It's a year in which love is very much aspected. And for the rest of us, there's always next year. No, it's generally a pretty prosperous year. Anyway, so that's, if you're interested in Chinese and Western astrology, like what is a Libra dog like, or what is a Taurus horse? Shout out to my friend Katerina, who's one of those. There's a great book, grab a pen. It's by my wonderful friend, the late Suzanne White, and it's called The New Astrology. It is awesome. I've never had a book stolen so often by famous people. True fact. Courtney, if you're out there, I'd like my book back. Okay, and now we're going to segue like that. That's the segue. Oh, you know what? Well, before I segue into the psychic tarot weather, I just want to take a moment and thank my viewers and my listeners. I really love you guys. I get the best people calling in, and I feel like you're my own personal kind of, I don't know, love squad. And I'd like to thank my great friends like Nancy and the other Nancy, and there's a third Nancy, and Meredith, Katerina, Jennifer, all you guys, my squad of the heart, which doesn't actually rhyme, but you know what I mean. So to all of you, I love you. Happy Chinese New Year. It actually begins in about 3 hours, I think. So if you suddenly feel different. Oh, one last thing before we do the psychic tarot weather. It's also a very powerful new moon tonight. So new moon in Aquarius only happens once a year. And a new moon, also called the dark of the moon, which sounds all sexy and mysterious. So I kind of like that one better. But new moon sounds kind of cheery and shiny. That's good too. New moon in Aquarius, new moons are good for beginnings. So it's a great night or tomorrow for setting intentions, for kind of wiping the slate clean and just starting again. Since it's in Aquarius, if you want to make sort of intentions about friends, about social justice, about all the things that Aquarius kind of rules, about your future, all that good stuff. Great time to do it. Okie doke. Now we're going to do the psychic tarot weather. Hey, Angela. Oh, hey, Texas. I'm going to just do the psychic tarot weather. While you're waiting, I'm going to ask that you breathe in deeply like this. And then one more on top of that, like that. Then I'm going to ask that you breathe out like this. Which sounds rude. So if anybody laughs at you, just refer them to me and I'll come over and frown at them. Do that a few times because what that does is resets your nervous system. Good? Yes?
Thank you. Okay. What kind of reading is this? I'm sorry. Is it medium or tarot?
Whatever. I'm a psychic. I'm an all-purpose mystic, basically. So give me about 3 minutes. I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather for all of us, and I'll be right with you. And just do that breathing while you're waiting. Sure. Okay, guys. Interesting cards this week. I've got gold cards. So look, I have actually my nails done. They're gold because I have a moon in Leo. If you have Leo anywhere in your chart, you like gold shiny things. Woo! Okay, first one. Oh, and just so you know, this is for this week. If you're watching or listening, even if you weren't trying to, and if you weren't trying to, shame on you, but come back next week. So this just applies to you. The week starting today, ending next Wednesday, when you'll tune in and get the next week's reading. So this week starts out with the Fool card, which does not mean that you're a fool. There we go. Very shiny card. If you'll notice, the Fool card, he's stepping off into the unknown, and his little dog, and your little dog too, his little dog is either warning him not to go or asking him to take him with him. So you're about to take a big step up in your life, and it might be kind of a scary one, but hey, no risk, no reward. I mean, don't be too risky, but you know what I mean. Anyway, so you're starting sort of a new cycle in your life, and very interesting. I think the seeds for this were planted sometime in the last 6 weeks. So as you move forward, just bring your old self with you, but the best parts of your old self, and be open to the parts of your new self that are showing themselves to you. I have a feeling that this is a time that you're going to discover kind of an inner bravery, an inner discipline, and an inner determination that's going to really be useful for you in the year to come. Woo, I love doing that. Okay, the next card, this is very interesting. This card heralds, it's the Wheel of Fortune card. I don't know if you remember that song from the LA Confidential soundtrack. I just dated myself. The Wheel of Fortune. Anyway, so Wheel of Fortune card basically means one thing. Your luck kind of sucked for rather a while there. It's suddenly about to get much better. Don't know why, don't know how. It's a very simple card. I know other people make it a lot more complicated, but they're not me. But so it means your luck might have just not been good. And then suddenly, sometimes almost overnight, it gets a lot better. A lot better. Third card, Three of Pentacles, often means, I used to call this the record company card back when there were records and record companies. It's a craftsman. I don't know if you can see this. And he's just done some beautiful stonework in the cathedral owned by two very strangely dressed people. And he's showing them his handiwork, and they're saying, very nice stonework. And no, we don't know why we're dressed like this, but it means an artist who is either getting some sort of secure job, like within an artist, like in record companies used to be that when an artist was signed, they'd be creative, but they'd have like this corporate kind of security blanket around them. So this might be a side hustle too, because this often suggests that something you do for fun is also making you money. So it's a time to look at all your marketable talents, even if you don't think they're marketable. Maybe ask your friends, what talent do I have that I don't know about? And then listen to the answer. So there you go. That's the week. Come back next week for next week's cards. Hello, dear. Angela, thank you for being so kind. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Love that Texas twang there. Very cute. Okay, I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday, my dear? Are you there, Angela?
Yes, I'm sorry. I muted you. Okay, I muted you with my cheek. My birthday is May 5th.
Oh, we love Tauruses around here. Shout out to all my Taurus girls. And how can I help you today?
Well, I would like an overall reading about my life. This last 6 months I've been back and forth with somebody, and then we ended things, and I met somebody else, and it was really great in the beginning, but then things ended. It was really good in the beginning, and then it all went to hell. I don't know what. I mean, he's a difficult person, I found out, and I'm sorry?
Was the second guy an air sign, like Gemini, Libra, Aquarius?
No, the first guy, the one that I've been with for 6 years, he's an Aquarius. Him and I broke up, and I met somebody else. We dated for 3 months, and like I said, everything was great. And then he was a Scorpio. And then we ended things, and Aquarius came back begging me for another chance. We got engaged, and things were really good. He was missing me. He said he couldn't live without me. And then a couple of months later, things changed, and literally today, he packed up and left. And I'm relieved. I'm relieved that he's gone because it was just, it was crowding me. I felt like a prisoner. I did, and the accusations of me cheating and doing things I'm not doing, and it's done, and I don't want to be with him, but I'm just kind of wondering what's next. I want to know what is next as far as my love life, and again, just overall my finances is something that I'm probably more concerned about than my love life.
Got it. So let me just get this straight. And now you have to tell me your birthday again, because I connect people through their birthdays, and I got so wrapped up in your story that I've now forgotten yours. Tell me your birthday again.
May 5th.
Right. I'm sorry. Taurus, of course. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah. Okay. First of all, Aquarius and Taurus, not so much. I'm going to say it's going to be really good at the beginning. Aquarian men are also going through a really weird time right now. Everything is in Aquarius, like everything in the small planets, the big planets, you name it, they're going through it. So, and they tend to be, problem with Taurus and Aquarius is Tauruses tend to be caregivers and empathetic and very, really give. And Aquarius men tend to, how can I put this? Kind of take, not all of them, but they tend to have a hard time connecting to their emotions. And when they do connect to their emotions, sometimes it's the wrong ones. So I'm not crazy about Taurus Aquarius. I think it's good for as long as it lasts, but I don't know, for the long run, not so sure. I would not be with anybody that you've been with before. I would take a deep breath like that, and then take a couple weeks off from dating. I don't think I'd let the second guy back in your life either. I get the feeling that he's kind of a narcissist. I feel like what happened was he love bombed you. Yeah. And this is what narcissists do. I know it's a popular word, but I'm going to use it correctly. A genuine narcissist will do this. He will come on with all guns blazing. He will send you flowers. He'll like write songs about your name, sometimes even good ones. Well, not that often. He will tell you everything a woman wants to hear and then some. And then as soon as he's got you, he's like, okay, bored, next. And it's really strange because they'll just turn off just like that. And you're like, what happened to the guy who used to come in here and get on his knees and sing a song to me? And like, well, he's gone now. So I would say, I think what I'd like you to do is say with me, I'm no longer open for narcissists. Say it with me. I am no longer open for narcissists.
I'm no longer open to narcissists.
There you go. Bingo. I put that into the law of truth for you. I think what's coming up, I think there's going to be real upswing for you. Definitely around your birthday, but I think in about 6 to 8 weeks. How do you normally meet people? I think you're very attractive, and it sounds like you're also pretty young, but you're very cute, I gotta say. So I don't think meeting people is a problem for you. I would think about, if you've been dating online, I would think about getting offline for a little while and meet people in real life. And the other thing is, go where the good fish are. If you go to church or synagogue or anything like that, maybe start showing up and maybe volunteer for some stuff, or do some volunteer work when you have a little time. A, it's not a bad way to get a new job or get a side job. And B, it's a good way to meet good people, good men, because if they're volunteering, they're good people. Either that or they're listening to the show and they're going to use it to pick up girls, but I don't think so. So what I also get for you is you haven't been really using your main talent. I think it's something, are you like a brilliant hairdresser or something that you're not doing?
No, I'm not a hairdresser, but I'm very creative, and I like a lot of interaction. I love to do PR, marketing. I like to interact with people. And I recently got an offer to join this design company that sells window treatment. And I just signed a contract with them, and it's creative, and it's something that it's active. My job is behind a desk, and it's boring. But it pays the bills. It pays good.
Okay, so you're right on target. I knew it wasn't hairdresser, but I knew it had something to do with like beauty and beautiful things and moving around. So good for you. You're right on target. And I would the only things you have to do is show up early for that job, because your boss is a real stickler for time. So show up 15 minutes early every day. Never call in sick. I mean, obviously, if your leg is falling off, but aside from that, not so much. And after about 6 months, I think they're going to promote you. So I'm so glad you got that job. It's right in line with what I'm seeing for you. So your finances are going to improve. The other thing is, I think you've got a side hustle, but wait until you settle into the new job to think about the side hustle. Side hustle, I'm not sure what it is. Yeah?
That's my side hustle. The design company is my side hustle. It's what I do on Saturdays. And I have a Monday through Friday job at a law firm. And I'm doing good there.
Yeah, you are. I think what's going to happen is in 6 months, and right now, with things so crazy in the world right now, stability is good. But I think if you hint around at the design job, you'll find that they might want you full time. So don't make any big decisions right now, not till after June, maybe. But you've got a good year ahead of you, and you're handling your finances well. You've trimmed down a lot of your finances recently. So I'm very proud of you for that. It's hard for us ladies. I'm like, I need that $40 moisturizer. The voice in my head is like, no. So I think you're doing well. I think your guy's going to show up. Give it a few months. I think you're going to go out on a couple of dates that aren't going to work out. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll work out a bit, but I think August or September is when you're going to meet your person. And I think he's going to be your person, like your person. Until then, really concentrate on what you're doing right now. You're taking care of yourself, getting your finances in order. You're doing something you love on the side. You're being great at the law office. I'm seeing some sort of promotion for you at one, maybe both jobs the next few months. So you're doing great. And you've got some good friends in the law office. But it's very important for you to get some exercise. So that's one reason that sitting at a desk is like not working for you. So if you can like hit the gym or go for a 5-mile walk before you go to work, that'll help a lot. But I think you've got a really nice year coming up, honey. I really do. I'm so happy about that.
You think what?
Yay. I think you've got a really nice year coming up. I really do. And I think as the year progresses, things are going to get better and better for you. I would, concentrate on yourself for a little while, because the more we do that, the faster Mr. Right shows up. Because you're so pretty and you're so outgoing, sometimes guys want you as a trophy, or they want you because you look good in their arm, you make them look good. But we want somebody who loves that you're beautiful, but for him, that's just the cherry on the top. He really loves who you are. And that's what I see coming for you. Is good?
Good.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, sweetie. Take care of yourself. Big hug. Thank you for calling. Okay. Do we have somebody on the line? Or shall I just continue to? Oh, Beth. Hello, Beth. Nice to meet you. Where are you calling from?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm sorry?
Where are you calling from, my angel?
Where am I calling? Oh, I'm calling from Virginia.
Oh, I love Virginia. Okay. And when is your birthday? I like to connect to people through their birthdays.
11/16/67.
Ooh, Scorpios. We love them. Yummy. I'm a Pisces. I got a PhD in Scorpios. And
I'm a Scorpio, baby.
Yeah, I'm a Pisces, so we get you. I love you already.
Oh, gosh.
So how can I help you, my angel? Yeah.
Well, what do you see? Do you pick up on anything?
Do you want to give me like finance, love? It's easier if you give me a category. It's easier for me to jump in. Oh, I can jump in anyway. Okay.
Let's see. Let's do finances.
Okay. Yeah, I actually think you're doing okay in the love department. Here's the thing: when somebody has been in a relationship for a long time, sometimes reads to me as though they're single, because the line is sort of like, which is good. You don't want lines that go like this. So I kind of think your love life is kind of okay. Are you with somebody? Have you been in a long-term relationship?
Yeah, I'm married. But no, I want to talk about finances.
Yeah,
What about
I just wanted
finances?
to check that out, make sure I was right. Actually, you're pretty good at making money. The only thing holding you back is you don't think you're very good at making money, but you're very good at making money. You just need a little confidence. So I feel like you have a job you're not thrilled about. Again, not unlike the caller before you. 1 second. I'm just hearing my guides are chiming in with something. I feel like you have a talent that you could make money with, that you're not quite, you don't think you're qualified, or you don't think you can. Is that right? Do you have some sort of talent that you're not using?
I'm getting ready to do a wedding venue, and I have a lot of questions, and I'm getting more confident, but I'm not. It's been a long, drawn-out thing. Lots of things have happened, and kind of stoppages, and now we're kind of like ready to flow through it. So hopefully, yes, I will. I will do this. I'll navigate through it. Okay, all the red tape.
Oh God, yeah. Well, there's going to be a lot of that, but it's going to suddenly sort of fix itself in a couple of weeks. I'm not sure how. The other thing are you a wedding planner? Because something that involves organization and social skills and like a creative vision is perfect for you. So is that what you're doing?
I definitely am going to probably be a wedding planner with this venue. I'll probably do a little bit of that. Yeah. With these venues, actually. I have 2 properties that I want to do venues on.
Here's what I suggest. Take the next couple months, because things are really going to open up for you starting in March and then again in July. Pisces season is going to be very nice for you, dear. So it's February 20th to March 20th. Here's what I suggest. You have a day job, right? You're doing something.
Yes.
Yeah, you're behind a computer. You kind of manage people, but you don't let them know you're managing them. So that's very good. And I'm not quite sure what that is, but let me get back to what I'm interested in, which is your actual love job. Over the next few months, what I'd like you to do is very slowly, one step after another, not that slowly, set up a website, take nice pictures of yourself, put together your vision of who you should look like, because again, I'm getting a lot of good looking callers tonight. You're a very attractive person and you've got really good style. Scorpios always, they're like sexy but demure. You're welcome. So I would start building the business from the ground up, because I feel like at the end of the year, just take it step by step. Don't get swamped, because we get a little easily, us water signs, we get overwhelmed kind of easily. So, but you've got really good organizational skills, and you're very strong, like in your spirit. I don't know how else to put it. So you're going to do fine. I think by the end of the year, you're going to be booking a few venues. And then I think we got 60 seconds. And I think by mid 2026, you're going to be able to do wedding planning full time, because that's what you should be doing. You're so good at it. And couples love you. Yeah, that's
thank
what I get.
you. I'm excited.
Well, love, thank you so much for calling. We got to jump off, but
thank you so much. Yeah.
And that color looks great on you. All right, bye, sweeties. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for calling in. See you next week. I'm Perry Lyons. You can contact me at Perry Lyons on Facebook, PERILYONS. And I'm back next week on Moonstruck and A1R, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See ya.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, happy Thursday. A lot is going on this year, as we know, in 2025. It's an astrologer's dream, I would say, because so many things are happening. We just on Monday had a full moon in Scorpio. So I'm sure a lot of people were trying to kind of detach from things that are not working for them deep inside them. Scorpio is house of psychology. It is shared resources. It is kind of strange things. It's ruled by the 8th house. So anything in that is what people were trying to kind of transform, let maybe old trust issues or old things that they have go. So we have a lot, again, and we also have this month, we have Saturn entering Aries. It's been in Pisces for the last about 2.5 years. The way it works is the outer planets, which are the generational planets, which are Saturn, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. They stay in a house, like Saturn stays in a house in a sign about every 2.5 to 3 years, and it's in retrograde 50% of the time. So that could be kind of life-changing because Saturn's about structure. It's where we learn. So if you have Saturn and Aries in your chart, which I do, typically it is about Saturn return for people with Saturn and Aries this year. So you have your Saturn return. Your first return is about 28 to 30. Your second Saturn return is 58 to 60. Some major shifts happen in your life. Typically, people on their first Saturn return, they either have a big move, a big job, they get married, they have their first child. Second time around, it's okay. I kind of did this for the last 28 to 30 years. Now, what do I want my life to look like? So that's how it works. Just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about that. So I also wanted to mention that I am actually getting into something. I'm mixing astrology with biohacking. For those who don't know what biohacking is, you want to biohack your body, meaning that you take a methylation test and you see what minerals based on genetics, based on genes from mother or father, what you're missing. And how it works is that you want to do it in coordination to your chart, to your alignment of your chart, because it's really healthy for mind, body, and getting to the highest vibration. So I wanted to kind of mention that too. And I'm going to talk in the future more about that and get more into that as I'm building my program and my website for it. So I want to go ahead and take a reading. Bob, are you there tonight? Oh, Chris, sorry.
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
how are you?
I'm good. I'm Chris.
You're not Bob, you're Chris.
Yeah.
So what I am is I'm an evolutionary vibrational astrologer. I really understand your soul purpose and what you're trying to do in this lifetime. And the whole purpose is you come in on one energy on the south node and you're trying to get to the north node. So it's all about, it's really all about you getting to the highest vibration. So what is your birthday, day, month, and year?
8/15/84.
Okay.
And I was born at 6:01 a.m.
August 15th, 1984.
Correct.
6:01 a.m. Okay.
Yes, and I know that I'm going through a major shift. But
yeah.
I feel like it's just never. I know I'm at like the bottom of the bottom of the bottom, and it hasn't ended. And now I'm within days of like being homeless in fear of again, and every single thing about every single thing I've had no control of is. And I already, you know, what's crazy is it took me losing my mind, body, my soul, and my mother or my mind and my body and my mother to find my soul and my soul purpose. I've actually, through all of this, my intuition is heightened and been incredible in what's come in and what I've discovered. But what's happening in my reality is tragic.
Oh yeah, no. Let me ask you this: what city and state, so I can look at your chart? Were you born?
It's where I was born in Columbia, Missouri.
Columbia, Missouri. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I'm Aries moon and Sun Leo.
Oh wow, you have the Aries moon. Okay. So yeah,
Oh, yeah.
a lot of stuff going on with Aries this year. Columbia, Missouri. Why can't I find Columbia, Missouri?
Because you got to spell Missouri out or spell it M-O as an abbreviation, because there's 1,000 Columbias.
Gotcha. Usually I could bring it up really quick. I don't understand.
No, not every part of everything that has to do with me is like some part of the bum F Egypt or the dumb effery, because it's like the 4 percentile that doesn't apply. It almost
Well,
like
you know,
everything, just all the way down to the city where I was born.
Oh no, I found it. Okay. So, all right, got it. Okay. So your south node is in Sagittarius in the 4th house of family. It's in retrograde. And your north node is in Gemini in the 10th house. I feel like, first of all, you're probably like the internal student in the fact that you have to research things, you have to, you know.
Oh yeah, and I'm like, I can't get enough of everything. Like I want to know everything now that all of the eye-opening and awakening has happened.
Oh yeah, but you're supposed to speak about what you already know. I mean, that is the sole purpose in this lifetime, is to speak what you already know. I feel like you have
right, and I used to be very good at that.
Yeah, and I think that you're supposed to have your reputation. So if you, I mean, it's maybe about writing your life story or speaking.
Oh, I know, and it will be a book.
Yep.
I'm already like, I'm writing it. It will make a great story one day, but like right now I'm in the pits of the pits of the pits of the things I can't make up and the things that are literally happening in my reality that I cannot control, that were never within my control, weren't my fault, and somehow at the hands of my own sister, family, and have no friends or anyone to turn to. And again, I'm going to be homeless again, and I don't know how this is still getting worse without any end.
Here's the thing. Here's what I want to tell you. That first of all, you have Uranus in the 4th house. So sudden, unexpected things happen with family. Absolutely. But here's the thing. Your mind, because you have Saturn in the 3rd house, it is your mind. It's in Scorpio. You go deep into thinking, oh my gosh, what is going to happen? And you're manifesting all of this, you know, based on probably karma, past lives, based on early childhood experiences, based on everything. You don't have to be a victim to your own experiences. You know, you don't have to be. You're supposed to stand up. Your ascendant is in Leo. You know, this is all about you, about yourself, about, you know, standing up, speaking your truth, whatever that is, and having a reputation for it. The problem is you have Chiron in the 10th house. So you probably, something happened in a previous life that you're scared to say things. You're scared, you know, and it's really
Yeah,
about
and I just learned about
overcoming these
Lilith and
things.
Chiron yesterday.
Yeah, but I feel like all of this is happening to you to move you to where you need to be. It's all in the way that we look at it. Even the most tragic, horrific things happen, but it's about clearing karma and getting to a place that you need to be, whatever that is.
Right.
But you have to go inward and believe this in yourself, because you only have you. You only have you. Even if you have family, kids, whatever that is, we're one energy. We're collective, you know, so we never lose the people on that level in the body. The body is just a vessel, and we pass on and we move into different experiences, but it's really about connecting to you here.
Right. Oh, and it's forced that. But also I lost so much of who I was and what I was secure in my life that now the external hardships and the physical debilitations that my body has taken to not be anything but worse. It's heartbreaking.
And I feel like, though, I feel like good things are to come, you know? If you just set everything, if you look at everything from a spiritual level, if we look at things from merely the human level, that's where we get caught up in the cogwheel of life.
Human level is what's going to screw me over right now. It's spiritual level.
Thoughts become actions. Thoughts become actions. This is where you have to release. This is where your Aries, you know, is the moon in Aries. Focus on the self and the transformation. Your moon is in the 8th house. You got to go deep. But if ever you want to talk more about this, my name is Melissa
Do you
Markham.
know anything about starseed transits? Do you know anything about like starseed transits and stuff? I would love to learn about that.
I know
and then my
starseed
Chiron and Lilith.
markings. Yeah, reach out to me.
I have made my eyes cross-eyed trying to figure this out on my own, and it's the one part of my research and stuff that I can't even begin to understand what I have tried to learn.
Well,
So
I'll tell you what. I have 2 minutes here, but reach out to me on it's www.mmastrovibes.com, and we can continue this conversation.
okay, that would be great.
Okay. All right. We'll talk further, and we can look at this holistically, and we can go down even deeper.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School with Kim Dunn. Search Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School on Facebook. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a great day, and welcome to Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School, Episode 4. Thanks for joining me. I'm your host today, Kim Dunk, and today I want to talk to you about something that quietly shapes every part of your life, whether you realize it or not, and that would be mindset. Just not your thoughts, but the way you see yourself, the way you interpret your experiences, the way you speak to yourself every single day. Because here's what I've come to understand. Mindset is not just in your mind, it lives in your body. If you're going through a spiritual awakening, your mindset becomes one of the most important things to understand. You see, mindset is often taught as, just think positively, but it's much deeper than that. Mindset is made up of your beliefs, your past experiences, your conditioning, and your nervous system. It's just not what you say you believe, it's what your body has learnt to expect. You see, many people try and change their mindset on the surface, but there's always those deep patterns that are still running underneath. From my personal experience for a long time was that I didn't feel worthy, I didn't feel confident, and I didn't trust myself. And it was not because of something was wrong with me, but because I wanted to live through and had gone through with my complex PTSD. My mindset had been shaped from my experiences. And for years, I tried to push past that, to try and think positively, just to be stronger and just getting over it, basically. But nothing really changed that until I really understood that mindset was something that wasn't something that I had to fight. It was something that I had to gently rewire. You see, why does mindset really matter in awakening? When you are going through an awakening, your awareness expands, you start to feel more, see more, and understand more. But if your mindset is still rooted in that self-doubt, fear, or unworthiness, then an awakening can feel overwhelming instead of empowering. It's because your thoughts shape how you interpret everything. Like when two people can have the same experience, but one sees growth and the other sees fear. That is mindset. Our inner voice is one of those most powerful parts of mindset, the way you actually speak to yourself. And many people don't realize how harsh that voice can actually be, often saying things like, I'm not good enough, I always get this wrong, or I can't do this. And when that voice constantly runs through your nervous system, it really does hear it as truth. So the first step isn't to really fix it, it's to start to notice it. And then we start to soften it. And it's sometimes why affirmations sometimes don't work. You've probably heard of affirmations like, I am confident, I love myself, or I am worthy, which are all great affirmations. But if your internal belief is the opposite, your body actually starts rejecting it. And that recreates resistance and sometimes even anxiety. You see, because your system is saying, well, that's not true. I don't feel safe believing that. So it's not actually that the affirmations don't work. It's just that they need to be used in a way that your nervous system can actually accept them. Safe affirmations, often what we call bridging statements, are much better to use. So instead of jumping from where you are, where you think you should be, we use these bridging affirmations. And these affirmations feel more safe, supported, and believable to your nervous system. So instead of saying, I am confident, try, I'm learning to feel more confident. Instead of saying, I love myself, try, I'm learning to be kinder to myself. Instead of, I trust myself, I am beginning to trust myself more each day. You see, with these types of statements, there's less pressure, more space, and more safety. And that's where the real change happens. Here are some examples of safe and supportive affirmations that I've come up with. I am learning to feel safe in my body. I am becoming more aware of how I speak to myself. I am allowed to grow at my own pace. It is safe for me to change and evolve. I'm learning to trust myself more each day. I am becoming kinder to myself. I'm allowed to take small steps forward. My feelings are valid and I can support myself through them. I am creating safety within myself and I'm open to seeing myself in a new way. You see, rewiring your mindset isn't about forcing yourself to think differently. It's more about awareness, compassion, and small, consistent shifts. It's noticing a thought and then gently choosing a new one that feels better within yourself. And over time, those small shifts create new neural pathways, new beliefs, and a new way of seeing yourself. And this is why it is in my week 3 of my 12-week Awaken and Anchor program. I don't start with mindset. I start with safety in the body, grounding, breath work, meditation, and presence. Because when the nervous system feels safe, the mind becomes more open, and real transformation can happen. You don't need to force yourself to believe something that doesn't feel true to you. So it's about meeting yourself where you are, taking that one small step forward, a softer thought, a kinder word, and one moment to self-support. Your mindset isn't something to fix overnight. It's something you reshape with safety, and it takes time. See, if you want more information on my 12-week one-on-one Awaken and Anchor program, feel free to reach out at the Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School, and I'd be more than happy to go through the program with you and see if that's a fit for you. Alrighty, that's enough of me talking on this side. Let's see what sort of callers we've got coming through today. All right, who have we got today? Denise from Memphis, Tennessee, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Denise, how are you tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you. Is there something in particular that you need some clarity on today, or would you just like a general read, or?
A general read.
No problem. I'm going to start shuffling and let's see what pops out. Oh, one's already popped straight out for you. Won't be a sec, it's fallen on the ground.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got the 5 of air that's popped out for you. The message is there's a better way that will make you happier. Avoid people who lack integrity. I'm not sure if that's ringing true to you. There's something there's a better way. Is that making sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Excellent, excellent. And is there someone that there's possibly that you need to sort of, put at arm's reach, so to speak?
Yeah, I've been just kind of wondering if I was going to reconnect with some people who I haven't spoken to in a while.
Okay, yeah, sure, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see what we're coming to for you.
Okay.
Okay, we've got some cards. Wait a sec. Okay, what have we got? Okay, the need for balance in your life. So I feel like that connects with our previous card, saying there's a better way, avoiding people who lack integrity. So I feel like that's the balance there, where they can come back in your life, but needing to set boundaries, if that makes sense.
It does.
So so don't bring them in too close, but just have those boundaries in place for you going forward with those people. I feel like people are going to come back into your life, but you need to place the boundaries on how close they can come in and allow that time for you to put up that trust again, I feel.
Okay. That makes sense.
Okay. Fantastic. Yeah, they're saying, I can feel the apprehension there, but you just need to protect yourself at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I've also got one of the messages saying a guardian angel or someone who watches over you. Obviously, we've all got a spirit team that are, ours specifically, which are made up of guides and usually our deceased loved ones. But I really feel like there is someone in particular. Is there a grandmother that has passed that you were quite close to?
No, I never met her.
Okay, that's okay though, but I still feel like she, even though you never met her, is this Mum's mum?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she's definitely stepping forward and saying that she's around you all the time. Like she's watching over you. So please feel free to, she wants you to connect with her. So you talk to her. Are you meditating?
Yes, I do.
Great. While you're meditating, just in your mind, just have a conversation with her and just thank her because I really feel like she's watching out for you. She's protecting you. She's supporting you and guiding you. So, if you're having any issues, feel free to speak to her and ask her for that help, because our guides and our angels can't step in and help unless we actually ask them to do that. So during your time in meditation, make sure you have a chat with her. You obviously would know her name. And I feel like she's definitely around you, watching over you quite a lot. Another card that's just popped out for you is the need to bring fun into your life. So I feel like that's going back to having that balance. And I feel like she's trying to tell you that you need to add a bit more fun into your life.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you just work at the moment, or?
Yes, I'm actually waiting on a job promotion. So I hope that's coming soon.
Okay. All right, let's see if we can get a card on that for you and give you a bit of clarity as well.
Okay. Okay.
Is this in the same sort of work that you're doing now?
Yes.
Great. Okay. This one wasn't actually about your work, but it's saying that you're quite psychic as well.
Wow.
Yeah, they're saying that you need to trust your intuition more. Those gut feelings that you're getting and that intuition, you need to trust it more. Because they're saying that there's you could have some quite deep psychic insights, but it's your intuition that you need to learn to trust more. And okay. So regarding that job, the message that's come out is events that will move with great speed. So I feel like I feel like it's coming up quite soon for you, if that makes sense.
Oh, wow. That does.
Yeah, great. I feel like it's going to bring you some more money as well.
Oh, yes. Excited.
Okay, so it's saying the card that's actually popped out is the King of Fire, and it's saying take a leadership role.
Wow. That's what I'm going for.
So, yep, it's coming through for you. They're saying step into the spotlight. This is your time. Yep. And don't forget to communicate your vision. Because I feel like you're going to bring quite a lot to this. So have that confidence with you, because, I feel like you might lack communicating your way of doing things, and but I feel like you can definitely bring a lot to this position that is coming through to you. But they're also saying don't be sensitive to criticism. Think of it not so much as criticism, but feedback, if that makes sense. So don't take it personal.
Wow.
Take it as a broader idea. Yeah. Well, I hope that's helped you today.
Oh, you have helped me a lot.
That job's
Thank
definitely
you
coming
so
through
much.
in a leadership role. Yeah. I really think that's going to work out for you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you
Have
so
a good
much.
night. Lovely to speak to you.
All right, you too. Okay.
you.
Bye-bye.
So now we've got Jessica. Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Yeah.
How are you today?
I'm doing pretty
Beautiful
good.
name.
How about yourself?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Was there a specific question or just a general read tonight?
I have one specific question and then a general read.
Yep. Sure.
There's a lot going on right now with my my son and my mother, and it's pretty bad. And she's I don't know, like it's just caused a lot of emotional distress, and I
Is
don't
the
know.
issue between the two of them, or are they both separate issues?
Kind of separate issues, but it's more like retaliation.
Yeah. Okay. Because I got the 6 of water that's popped out, and it's saying children or child. Let me just see if I can get some more information. Won't be a moment. Okay. Is the child at school?
Yes, this one is. There's 3 of them, but this one's older. He's my oldest.
Okay. Is there bullying involved?
Bullying? No. He's it's a girl. There's a girl involved. It's over.
Okay, sorry.
Everything that's happened is involved a girl.
Okay, so he's romantically involved with her?
Yes.
Okay. She's giving him the bit of the runaround though, like she's just all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't feel like she's quite stable, and I feel like he doesn't know how to negotiate or help her emotionally. And I feel like he's taking a lot of that on himself, which is probably, I feel like, he's way over his head.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does he talk to you about it? Is he able?
No, he told lies at school, and he got himself taken away from us. Because he did it so he could be with this girl. He was doing illegal stuff, and he didn't want to face the consequences. And they were trying to have a baby, and he's only 16. When I disciplined him, he went to school and told lies. And then when my mom's dog bit my daughter, a lot of terrible, terrible things happened, and she used him and took him away from us.
The dog?
Yes. No, she used she threatened me, and she could only take him away from us because he's older, and he could talk to her and tell her lies because he didn't want to live here anymore, because he wanted to be with that girl. And then so my mom took him, and but there is children. There's 2 other ones, and it's been awful.
Yes, doesn't sound great at all. Look, I can see you definitely getting a lot of sleepless nights out of it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like he needs to stand on his... Sorry.
Go for it. Say it.
Oh, yeah, I feel like he needs to stand on his own 2 feet for a little bit, and he needs... Is there a male that can help you out with him? Is there an uncle or someone that can... I feel like he needs to listen to a male, if that makes sense. He needs perspective.
He needs what?
Perspective. Feel like he's very emotionally involved. Yeah, he needs to step back and take a look at the bigger picture, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and he won't.
Yeah. So he's not living at home at the moment?
No, and we are faced with the decision whether we should just give him up so that we don't have to deal with everything that my mother's done. Everything
sure.
she's currently doing, and then just pursue the legal path of the other stuff. I had to get a protection order against her. It's been really bad.
Yeah, it sounds like she's been putting things into his head as well. It's not helping.
Yes. So would you be able to pull some cards on this situation?
Yeah. They're saying that you just need to be the supportive parent from a distance at the moment. They're saying that you've done as much as you can help the situation. It's almost like you need to step back a little bit and allow things to sort of unfold, not to an extreme with legalities. He needs just some time to process what's going on. And I feel like he will come back to you, but you just need to be in the background for a little while. I feel like he just needs to a month or two where he just needs to see things play out a little bit more. And I feel like his eyes are going to be opened to what is actually going on. And I feel like he's going to come to a realization that, maybe this isn't quite the way that things need to go. And there are other options, if that makes sense. I feel like the girlfriend is also going to show some of her true colours that is also going to help him take a step back as well, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Let's see what else they've got for us. Yeah, it's like you've done so much, but he's 16 you said, hey, so he's quite young and very immature in a lot of ways. Just making a lot of unwise choices at the moment. But they're saying avoid people who lack integrity, have questionable motives, and I feel like that's your mother.
Yes.
Yeah, they're saying there's a better way to make you happier. I feel like you need to just take that step back and trust in the process a little bit and allow him to make a few mistakes, but just let him know that you're always there. Don't let him know that you're going to give up on him at all, that you need to be able to support him from a distance, if that makes sense. And just keep reminding him that you're there for him no matter what. But I do find that there's going to be an end to the situation.
There's going to be an end. I haven't been able to talk to him for a month, so I don't know how to support him.
Yeah. Are you able to send him text messages?
My mother blocks me from any form of communication with him.
Okay. She's really making hard, isn't she?
She's currently trying to take my two youngest ones from me.
As well.
Yes. It's been awful. Every time the personal injury attorney calls to get information, she starts going after my other two little kids because her dog broke my daughter's arm.
Oh my goodness! So it's a matter of protecting the younger two as well.
Yeah, she tried to get me fired from my job. It's been I spent the last month laying in bed crying.
Not a good situation at all. So, 2 cards that I've pulled out that have popped out for you is saying that there is an end to the situation that brings relief and an opportunity for new happiness, a weight off your shoulders. And then the next card that popped out was the Wheel, fresh new start, and a very positive change in your life. So I feel there's something that will happen that I feel like he's going to come back into your care, but I feel like he just needs this time to work things out a little bit for himself, and you allowing him to have that space will, and just, don't cut him off completely is what I'm getting. Because I feel like he's going to need to come back to you, and you're going to have to sort of pick up the pieces, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, see, at the moment, it's all new and so forth, and I feel like, he doesn't realise how good he's got it with you. He needs his time to realise that before he sort of comes back. I feel like he's going to be a dog with his tail behind his legs, like, I'm really sorry, for what has gone through. But it's, that the mum that's getting into his head, it makes it really, really difficult.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall's site on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. And the world's getting geared up for the little hopping fluffy pants Easter bunny coming over the weekend, and there'll be lots of children around the world that'll be getting excited now and getting, dreaming about how much chocolate they're going to get and how they can sort of spend their time feasting on chocolate, never mind the vegetables, because it'll be Easter, and that's what Easter's about, is about children and having fun and spending time with family and going on Easter egg hunts and things like that. It's a time to remember what we're here for. We're here to be kind to each other. We're not here to sort of create drama and conflict in the family or anything like that. It's a time for the family to get together and remember why your family is so important. And it's not about, swapping Easter eggs with adults. It's about spending quality time with those people that we never know how long they're going to be with us. So every gathering of a family event is a special event because it's a unique time where we can get to spend some quality time with each other. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is one of my favorites, actually. It's the Nine of Cups. Now, the Nine of Cups is improvements underway, feeling smug or pleased with oneself. So quite often when we have improvements in our lives, we quite often can sit there and feel a little bit smug or a little bit pleased with ourselves. And I'm not saying that we don't have that right to feel a little bit pleased with ourselves or a little bit smug that we've achieved something that we've been working on for a very long time. And this will bring improvements into your life in many different ways. It's not just always about money. Improvements can come in many different ways. It could be improvements in your relationship, improvement in your job, but just improvement in how you see yourself and how you feel that you fit into the world. There's lots of different ways that we can bring improvements into our life. So I think it's a really positive card to have coming out, as we head into Easter and, many of us will be travelling and spending time with loved ones. It's a nice time to think that there's improvements underway and maybe some improvements in communication and people getting on a little bit better. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing if, the weekend was over with smiles and happiness and not tears and arguments? So, it's a very positive card. As I said, improvements underway. Don't feel too smug. Yes, give yourself a good pat on the back, but also remember that there's always more work to be done. Even on a most positive situation, we can always still try and improve things and try and be a better person. And that's what I think this card is trying to share with us, the Nine of Cups, that, even though we're sitting there, we're feeling very comfortable with our arms folded, we're not in any way feeling threatened, that, there's always room for improvement. There's always things that we could be doing that is better in our lives than what we're doing at the present second. So enjoy your Easter break as we move on to the astrology section now. Now, look, it's really exciting because we are in the Aries time of the year. And if you caught up with the show last week, you'll know that I said that Aries is the beginning of the astrological year. So it's like our Happy New Year for astrology started last week. And it's wonderful because I have lots of Aries friends and family and things like that and clients around the world. And it's a time of the year where I always sort of feel a little bit energized. It's sort of like we're heading into the cooler months here in Australia. And it's sort of like, as the sun goes into Aries, it's almost like you can feel the warmth going out of the sun as it's heading towards Taurus. And it's sort of like, we've got the late stages of the warmth of summer and the early stages of autumn or fall here, where the things are changing and the air's getting a little bit crisper and the days are getting a little bit shorter. So it's an interesting time of the year. But Aries people are very dynamic. It's me first, and me first. And did I tell you about me first? And that's what they're meant to do. They're not necessarily meant to put themselves in anybody else's shoes except their own. They're the leader. They're the ones that get us up off the couch, get us motivated, get us moving, and then they move on to something else once they've got the momentum going. So happy birthday to all the Aries, and there's lots of them around the world. And, I have lots of special friends that are Aries, and, you know who you are, and you know that I always send you a special birthday wish because you are so very important to me. So with Neptune conjunct Saturn is sitting in Aries also. Now, look, we're going to be talking about this for a very long time to come because Neptune conjunct Saturn has only just moved into Aries. So Neptune's the planet of creativity, illusion, delusion, where we sort of sometimes feel as if we're walking around in a fog, that we can't find the answers. We know we're searching for them, we're working towards them, but sometimes they just seem to be a little bit out of reach. Now, Neptune's role here is to sort of not necessarily make everything look black or white. It's to say to you that there's other possibilities, there's other solutions that could come to the forefront while you're walking around in this fog in a little bit of a daydream or a daze. You're actually switching on other areas of the brain and other thought patterns that maybe you wouldn't have switched on if you were sort of go in that sort of very intense Aries energy, me first and let's get it done yesterday. So, you know, it sort of slows you down a little bit to sort of maybe maximize what you can gain on a creative level or a level of perspective of looking at it through a different lens. So it's really positive here. So it's conjunct Saturn. So Saturn's the planet of discipline, the father figure, sort of says, you know, put the brakes on things and sort of, you know, we need that every now and then in our lives. It's great to be motivated and get up off the couch and go, you know, 100 mile an hour. But sometimes we also need to slow that back a little bit or pull it back a little bit, not necessarily to a stop, but slow it down a little bit so that we can gain the maximum that we need to gain out of the energies and the things that we're trying to achieve. Now, I want to shift gear. When we were talking about the planets in Aries, that's also going to affect the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It will wash over the remaining 8 signs. So everything that I talk about, it's just a varying degree of how it affects you in your personal star sign. So we're now going to shift gears and we're going to move into the Pisces sector, where we have Mercury, the planet of communication, is in Pisces. Now, why is this so important? Yes, it's important for the water signs, which is Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo. But it's important as it washes over the remaining rest of us is the fact that Mercury in Pisces is asking us to find some creative, gentler ways of communicating, particularly over this Easter break. It's a time when, as I said previously in the introduction, when we get together with family and friends, and sometimes those relationships aren't always harmonious, or somebody's holding a grudge or something they thought you said and you didn't say, and you know, and it makes it a very uncomfortable sort of Christmas lunch or Christmas dinner, Easter gathering, where people are sort of still holding grudges from Christmas or beyond. And it's like this time, it's time to sort of let go of that. Maybe try and soften the blow a little bit. Find a way to sort of put yourself in their shoes, to try and understand it from their perspective. Not everybody has an easy go of things in life. And sometimes people just sort of shut down and become a little bit abrasive because they don't want to talk about it, or they don't want to share, or they feel that you wouldn't be interested. So this is the time to be a little bit gentler, to be a little bit more creative in your conversation. You know, maybe pick a theme that, you know, we're going to talk about over Easter lunch. You know, make it something exciting and interesting, not something that's boring. You know, it could be something like, you know, go around the table and everybody sort of share with everyone their favourite song. And maybe we put it on the cell phone and listen to a little bit of that song, so that we put some magic into the air, that we put some nice energy into the air, instead of sort of the grievances or, you know, he said and she said this, and, you know, everybody's still upset from last year and the year before. Let's try and put a different spin on Easter this year. We also have Mars, the planet of action, sitting in Pisces. Now, Mars is the planet that makes us get out of bed of a morning. So just because it's in Pisces doesn't mean it's watered down, doesn't mean it has any less energy. It's just asking you to use that energy again in a more constructive, more positive way. Like I just spoke about with Mercury in Pisces, let's sort of find a gentler approach. It doesn't mean that we've got to water it down in any way. It just means that we can come in less aggressive, that we can come in a gentle but forthright manner and still get the job done, or still get the communication across, or, you know, share with everybody what's the latest thing that's going on in your life and why you're so excited about these new projects or the new job, or the fact that you might have just retired, or whatever might be going on in your life. But make sure you do it in a nice sort of gentle approach. Don't come in like the bull in the china shop and run roughshod over everybody. Do it in a nice, way that everybody sort of is, oh, wow, that's great, and they really want to be part of your journey. So, sometimes it's about how we communicate and how we approach the situation is what makes things different. So we have Uranus still sitting in Taurus. Now, Uranus has been in Taurus for well over 7 years now. He is coming to the end of his reign in Taurus. Now, this is really, really important, particularly for Tauruses and the other earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. The opposite sign is Scorpio. Now, I want you to be very careful here. If you are a Taurus, particularly pay attention, because Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected. It's like a bolt of lightning. It strikes out of nowhere. Now, Uranus's role is to come in and disrupt, remove, take away anything that it sees as an obstacle in your path. Now, you must be very careful of what you verbalize. Don't say something that you don't want to happen, because Uranus does have his big listening ears on, and he may just grant you that wish of what you've verbalized. Now, Uranus works very suddenly. It's deliberate. It's definite. It's not always pleasant, but it can be pleasant. Sometimes things happen in our lives, and at the time we think, oh, that's the absolute worst thing that's ever happened. And we go a little bit further down the track and we say, wow, gee, I'm pleased that happened. I wouldn't have done this, or I wouldn't have changed course, or I wouldn't have looked for a new job, or whatever the case may be. And we look back at with fond eyes and sort of saying, wow, at the time I wasn't very happy about it. I was really devastated, but it turned out to be the best turning point in my life I've had in 20 years. So Uranus does bring blessings as well as clearing what it sees as the obstacles out of your road. So be very, very careful. Uranus only has about 27 days left in Taurus before it moves into Gemini. So the intensity of the energy is going to be really, really, really intense. Yes, it will wash over other signs, not quite as intense, but again, I'm urging my clients that, if something doesn't feel right in your life at the moment, try and work through the energy. Don't get into a panic. Don't sort of be in a panic about maybe you're going to lose your job because of world events, because if you keep thinking that and feeling that, you will create it. You don't wish to create it. What you wish to create is whatever's meant to be for you will present itself in a positive, calm, nice sort of way, and you'll be happy to make the changes or the progress that needs. Don't get yourself in a tiz, because then you will start to attract that by keep voicing it, or talking it over with people, saying, oh gee, I don't know, I'm worried about my job. Don't say that. Just sort of say, well, look, things aren't as great at work as I thought they could be, but hey, we're all in it together. And sort of try and adopt that sort of attitude that we're all in it together, and whatever will be. And I think you'll come out of this last bit, no matter what your star sign is, a lot better off with the Uranus coming to an end in Taurus before he moves into Gemini. So we've still got Jupiter in Cancer, and is still going to be there for a little while yet. So, things are starting to expand. They're starting to ramp up a little bit more for the water signs, which is good. Cancerians like to sort of walk sideways to go forwards, as people write up affectionately. And maybe that is true. They'd be seen to be going sideways and not necessarily walking directly forward. But let me assure you, they certainly do make traction. They do make great decisions. And they don't always have to run around and blow their own trumpet and say, look at me, aren't I fantastic? They just do it in a quiet, diligent sort of way, and can achieve a lot more than a lot of other star signs, because their focus is on themselves. It's not about sharing with everybody how great they are. They just get on with the job. So it's a really important time for Cancers, because they are finding that there's some golden opportunities out there, whether it's work or with relationships or just life in general. Things are starting to come towards them, and that's really good. So finally, I want to wrap up with Chiron in Aries. I've had a lot of people inboxing me, asking me, how does this actually work? Chiron's sitting in Aries. It's the wounded healer. Now, yes, it will be affecting predominantly the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It's giving them the opportunity to research, to find the answers to maybe health issues that have been plaguing them for a long time, not necessarily last week's common cold, but something that may have been there for a long time, a condition, an ache, a pain, or whatever. It's giving them a chance to heal on every level, not just on the mind, but the mind, body, and the soul. We're going to take our first call, which is Joan in Spring City in Pennsylvania. Are you there, Joan?
Yes, I am. How are you
today?
I
can answer for you? I'm absolutely fantastic, Joan. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
I do. I have lots of questions. I guess, where's my future going?
Well, that's a very broad sort of question. Is there a particular area of your future you'd like me to hone in on, Joan?
Yes, as far as relationship and finance.
Okay, great. All right. As far as the relationship, what they're showing me there is not necessarily an ending, but what they're showing me is that things have got to be changing. We've got to sort of change the demographic of the relationship a little bit. And I'm not necessarily saying I'm putting all that on your shoulders, Joan. I'm saying it's got to be, a two-way street. You've both got to sort of make some adjustments here. I think you're both very strong-willed people.
There is no person right now.
There's no one there
I'm not
at
in
the
a
moment?
relationship currently. No.
Okay, well, there's a relationship coming. They were showing it to me as if it was already there. So that's why I was talking in the present. Okay, so you're going to be attracting somebody that's going to be very strong-willed. So what you need to be aware of is that you both have a right to have your own opinions, but you've got to find ways there where the two of you can work together for the relationship to continue and grow. Was there somebody from your past that you always had this sort of idea in the back of your head that maybe one day we could get it together, maybe one day we would have a chance to see where this could go?
That's what I was going to ask you. I have a friends with benefits right now. It's not going to go anywhere.
Do they have dark hair?
Yes.
Well, I feel they do. It will. So, when they started giving me the information, it was like you were already in this relationship. You said, hang on a minute, no, I'm not. Well, that would make sense. But this to me is something that I think is going to take you a little bit by surprise when they sort of start a conversation about where is this going to go from sort of something that was, we don't discuss things like that. It's just purely a friends with benefits situation and we don't get too heavy on the emotions in any way. It's going to sort of turn around. Now, look, I'd like to say it was next week, but I still think there's a little bit of waiting time here, Joan, before we actually go into what I was describing to you where, you're both very strong-willed, you both have very definite opinions and you've got to learn to balance that a little bit. I'm sort of seeing the relationship status change from about June onwards. It's like all of a sudden, whether they've had the epiphany moment and woken up and realised that, gee, hey, I'm not getting any younger and neither are you. We better do something about making this a proper relationship. I think it's something along those lines because it literally sort of comes out of nowhere to me. It's sort of 1 minute they're happy with everything being the status quo and nothing's going to change and we've done a complete backflip and want something so much more. Why are they so frightened of making a commitment? Is it because of their past?
Yes, because they were cheated on, and but we've all been hurt in our past.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I feel that there's a lot of healing going on around that. Look, I can appreciate somebody that's been cheated on in the past is very skeptical about falling in love again and all those sort of things. I see it daily. But sometimes we've got to take a chance, haven't we? Like if someone's come into our lives and the connection's so strong, which it is between the two of you, then we shouldn't be fighting this. We should sort of learn to sort of let go of some of this hurt and sort of say, well, hang on a minute, this situation with Joan is a completely different situation to what I had in the past. So, to give you the credit and the merit for what you are as a person and what you've brought to the table, not sort of continually sort of, in a sense, punishing you because somebody else let them down in the past. That's not how a relationship should work. And, I feel they desperately want to let go, but they're terrified to in case of what if. Well, you've been together long enough now that they know that you're not going to run off with the next, wide-eyed sailor that comes along. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not, you've proved yourself is what I'm saying. So, just be aware it'll be sudden. 1 week is nothing. And then the next week it's like somebody's sort of giving them an emotional brain transplant and they're looking at the relationship through completely different eyes. Just go with it. Don't ask why all of a sudden have you had a change of heart. Just go with the flow and, start to then work on it. Yes, you will be together. Yes, I can see before the end of the year, the two of you will be seriously talking about what the future holds.
I'm saying, will we live together?
Yes. Baby steps. We've got to get them ready for a relationship first. We can't sort of have, a grants on a relationship today and we move in together tomorrow. We've got to give them time to adjust, but they are, and they're going to adjust, and it's good. And I feel that the relationship has... Yes, go on, sweetie.
No, go ahead. What were you going to
Yeah,
say?
I was going to say, I think the relationship's going to be really happy and very long term. I don't see it, I'm not saying you won't ever have a disagreement, but overall, I think it's a very solid relationship. And I think it's been healing for both of you. Both of you had stuff from the past that you had to sort of work on and let go of. And you've both done that in the safety, I think, of no commitment. And that's been a very healing thing for both of you. And that's good. So moving on to the finances, Joan, look, it's like a stop-start situation is what they're showing with finances. It's like, we get a little bit of a go on and then all of a sudden we come to a stop again because we've got, extra things or extra bills have come in that we weren't expecting and we get on going again. Look, I think that's the way it's going to be for 2026, unfortunately. I'm not saying you can't make a little bit of traction, but I'm saying don't expect that you're really going to achieve everything that you hope to achieve. 2027 is much better looking for finances. This is a year of tidying things up, reducing debt, allowing yourself to sort of say, well, sometimes, I've got to splurge a little bit because it's good for my soul. I'll worry about the bills next week. You know what I mean? Sometimes we've got to do those things. And, when I say have a splurge, I'm not talking about thousands of dollars. I'm talking about something little. Buy yourself something little and say to yourself, this is a present for all your hard work, whether it's a new dress or a bottle of nail polish. It doesn't matter. It's sort of learning to give to yourself because you've struggled for a long time, and it's now time we've got to learn that not everything always has to be a struggle. That there can be times there where we can reward ourselves, and that's a good thing, Joan. The other thing that they were sort of showing me was, I don't know what you've changed in your life as far as how you're approaching life as far as diet and exercise, and I don't like to use that word diet, your food choices, let's use that word, and how you're approaching things. But they're showing me that your energy levels for the first time in a very long time are nice and level. It's like whatever you're doing, whatever you've changed, just keep going because you're on the right path. There's a lot of internal healing going on at the moment inside your body. And that's a good thing because I think you held on to far too much stress. So I hope that's helped you, Joan.
Okay, real quick. What about will I get a vehicle and will I ever make it down to Virginia to get my belongings?
Yes to both of those things, but I don't think it's going to happen before September, sweetie.
Okay.
September was the timeline that they were showing me to the answer to both of those questions. So I hope that's helped you, Joan. That's where I'm going to have to leave it because I'm on time restraints. So we're going to talk with Jeanette in Southampton in England. Are you there, Jeanette? Jeanette.
I am. Hello, Amanda.
Hello, sweetie. How can I help you today?
Can you tell me what's coming in regarding relationships and love?
Yes, certainly. We can certainly do that. The first thing that they were showing me is that you've got to let go of, I was going to say the past, but I think it's more than that. I think you've got to let go of the emotions and the disappointments of the past. Like not everything that went sour in a relationship was your fault, but you seem to take the lion's share of the blame. And I want you to let go of that. Not everything was your fault. And, sometimes we attract people that are only meant to be in our lives for a short period of time. And once we've done the lesson or lessons with them, then it's time for them to move on and us to move on. So that's what I think's happened to you in the past. They're showing me most magnificent, beautiful, big pink heart. So when they do that, that usually means there's certainly romance coming in. Is there somebody that you've been sort of chatting with that you'd sort of half-hearted sort of think that'd be nice to get to know them a little bit better?
No.
No? Okay. Because they were showing me communication going backwards and forwards as if it was like on a phone, or a text message or something like that. It wasn't sort of necessarily a face-to-face situation. So you haven't got a connection with somebody like that where you've been in a chat room or chatting with somebody online or something?
No. I wouldn't do online. No.
No, I'm normally against it, and that's why I was hesitant to mention it because, to me, I'm old-fashioned. I like people to meet people in the flesh and sort of, take it from there. But but this may just be as the relationship starts to, get a bit of legs that maybe there's a lot of texting or phone calls or something going on because they kept showing me a mobile phone as being the predominant part of the relationship in the early part. Now, look, I'm getting somebody that I think is reasonably tall. They've got brown hair. I don't feel that they've been in a relationship for a while. I'm going to say a little bit old-fashioned in the way that they dress. And look, there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's nice to see somebody that puts some effort in to get dressed up if they're coming to see you. I like that. You know, they're not turning up in their scruffy old clothes. I mean, this man has got manners. Look, I don't know that he's got a lot of money. He's got some money. He's not filthy rich or anything like that, but he's certainly old-fashioned in the ways that, you know, he asks the lady out, he does the paying, he's sort of, you know, considerate, he opens the door, those sort of things, and that's nice. So I felt, though, Jeanette, that you don't go out that often. Like you're not out socially looking for somebody.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I felt... No, and that's what I felt, because I felt that this was going to be, you know, well, where would I meet somebody? And that was the question that I asked. And I was very clearly shown it wasn't in a dating app online, and I was very relieved because I don't particularly like them. But it was going to be through some friends, and it's not somebody sort of trying to set you up as a blind date or anything like that. There's just a group of people that are going to something or going on a bus ride or they're going on an outing. You know, when they show me a bus, I think of that as a group of people going on an outing, not necessarily they physically boarding a bus, but, you know, it's not just two people, it's a group that's going to something. And that's what I could see. It was a daytime thing. And this person happens to be there. You know, they're friends with somebody that you know, but nobody's trying to matchmake you. And the two of you end up sort of chatting away. And, you know, and he says, do you mind if I ask for your phone number? I'd like to, you know, make arrangements and we could go out to lunch or something like that. And that's where it starts. It starts out as a very, very nice friendship. He's very respectful. And I feel from that, you know, the two of you will start going out. But initially it's more as friends. It's sort of like, you know, would you like to go to lunch next week and things like this. And it sort of grows slowly from that. I think you get to know each other quite well before the sparks really fly, as far as, you know, thinking, isn't he handsome? You know, that's not where it starts. It just starts because the two of you have been on the same outing and you had a lot in common and, you know, decided you'd sort of spend a bit of time together. So, you know, look, I'm talking about anything up to 3 months where you've been just friends and all of a sudden you sort of think, gee, he's not so bad looking after all, you know, like it wasn't that instant, oh, isn't he gorgeous, you know, or anything like that. It starts out as a nice friendship. And I think that's the right way for both of you, because you get to know each other really well. And then, you know, romance blossoms after that. So unfortunately, sweetie, we've come to the end of the show. I wish you a very, very happy Easter, and I look forward to hearing from you when you meet Mr. Wonderful. So that was Jeanette in Southampton in England. You know, it's always lovely when people sort of, you know, start to sort of look for romance and are ready to attract somebody new in their life, because, you know, sometimes we get our hearts broken and we sort of think, oh, maybe this is not for me. But look, I always believe that there's somebody out there. There's always one right person out there for everybody. There's one person that's your person, and it's, you know, sometimes we've got to kiss a lot of frogs before we get the prince. So let's hope that Jeanette finds her prince. So this week I want to leave you with a song that is a really interesting song, because even though I live here in Australia and this band was very big in Australia and certainly very huge in the USA, and I've had a lot of people sort of ask me how come I've never featured them on the show. And it's not so much that I don't particularly like them, it's just sort of I try and sort of go with a song that might come to me during the week or something that triggers before the show, and that's how I pick the song of the week. So this week I've gone against all that. I've picked a song that somebody's asked me for, someone pretty special, and they sort of, you know, have said, why haven't you featured this band before? It's LRB, so it's the Little River Band, and I know a lot of people in America think they're American, but they're not. They're Australian, and they've been Australian for a very, very long time. And, you know, look, it's not that Glenn Shorrock can't sing. He can sing. It was just sort of the energy of the band sometimes rubbed me up the wrong way. But that's a more personal thing. But look, they're great musicians. They've done a lot for the world. And a lot of people really love this song. And it's an anthem to a lot of people. It was hard to sort of choose one LRB song, but I've chosen this one, Hang On, Help Is On Its Way. And I think that's probably appropriate at the moment with all the things that are going on in the world. Let's have some positivity. Let's have some Hang On and Help Is On Its Way with LRB. So until next week, enjoy your Easter break. I hope the Easter Bunny brings you lots of chocolates or whatever it is that you want, but most importantly, enjoy the time with your family and friends, because it is a very, very special time of the year. So hop, hop, hop to the Easter Bunny, and we'll see you all next week. Bye for now.